mortals, and welcome to me forgetting to turn on my stuff. One second.
Funnily enough, what I was doing was kind of dark containment because I was, in fact, turning off these lights and turning on this light. So, dark containment is appropriate. Torchlight would have also been appropriate. How's it going? We live. I know what we're doing. I slept so many hours. I'm so well rested. Went to sleep around... I went to bed around 6 o'clock. Fell asleep maybe around 8 o'clock after reading a couple hours in bed. And then I just slept all the way until like 6:27, like 3 minutes before my alarm went off. It was great. Oh, man. Had breakfast. It's all good. Okay. So, I'm going to check. I don't think that there's going to be any updates to the. Never mind. There's been a script change since the last. So we need to patch. At 5 hours ago, there was a thing. So it seems to me that Malekith is the one who talks the most in my thing, but everyone is very actively posting to the actual patches. So we set. I had noticed that the most recent one was like a few days ago, and I was like, probably there's a new thing already, right? And I was like, 5 hours ago. Never mind. All right. So we are just going to extract this out. And whoop. Get some delicious 0-calorie sweetener. Yeah, there's a new update. Not in the not in the stable release section, right? But if you go to the main thing, you can see like the most up-to-date code. The most up-to-date code has changed. But like stable releases, the most recent stable release was 2 weeks ago. But I haven't been playing on the most stable releases. I've been playing on whatever the most up-to-date release is. So, is it even a release? The most up-to-date code, whatever you would call it. I don't know the terminology for how you would express things that GitHub. We don't believe in stability. I'm talking way too loud. My wife's asleep. We don't believe in stability in this household. It's just like shouting. Like 8 in the morning. Okay. So, last we left off, we were puttering around Paradise Valley, and we were doing what? I was thinking about doing some inventory management, right? So I was thinking about copying this axe. I have 3 axe slots. This is probably best in slot. Yeah, I ended up training because the next 3 o'clock, I think I would risk having a death. So I ended up training. Yeah, that's what I did last on yesterday's VOD, probably. I definitely remember yesterday. Yesterday definitely happened in the real world. I should really get a hotkey to mute myself when I'm going to sneeze. And for other reasons, it would be very convenient, but I still haven't set up a hotkey to mute my mic. I literally have to tab out and click the little thing. I know what I'm doing. Alright, what we're doing. Did we cast our buffs? It looks like we cast all of our buffs already. So, are we going to pull the trigger on this? Send it unattended. Yes, we need a sneeze key. Luck is good. Accuracy is less important. Honestly, like luck is good because of the fact that it improves everything. It gives us crit, which improves healing. It improves damage. The other thing, the opposite of that, it improves your durability a bit. Like it's very, very solid. I guess it doesn't do anything for your physical defense, but like it's a pretty good stat to have on something that you're going to copy and deposit to other people. Accuracy is actually, does accuracy increase crit? It does. No, it's only for melee and bow strike damage. Let's see. Which stat scales with weapon speed? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like which stat is the best stat for a faster or a slower weapon? Or I'm not sure entirely what you mean. Let's see. Sorry, I lost track of what I was doing. Okay, we are going to copy this, I think. I think there's no reason to really delay. Oh, yes, that's what I was going to do. We need to find an item to get the accuracy pumped up to 162. Since we might as well, before we copy it, we just need to find those materials. Or maybe we don't, actually. How high tier does a material have to be? It has to be fairly high tier. Let's see. Okay. Oh, you mean like what? I believe, and I'm not positive on this, I believe that the attack speed stat that's on here is basically like a flat multiplier on basically everything attached to it. So your weapon, your flat weapon damage, any bonus damage that you would get from like elemental effects, the seraph healing, I believe. I think everything pretty much is multiplied by the attack speed. So what that means is that in theory, if effects that are in theory, the like theoretical DPS of a 1 versus a 4 speed weapon should have the same DPS in theory, right? They have different damage behaviors. So a slower weapon starts out with more DPS, and the faster weapon will only catch up to the slower weapon right before the slower weapon pounds ahead again, right? So what does that mean? So what it means is the first attack happens instantly. There's no delay. So if I'm doing 4 damage, we're not going to do any multipliers. We're just going to use the base damage. So say a 4 speed weapon versus a 1 speed weapon. 4 speed weapon is hitting for 4 damage. 1 speed weapon hitting for 1 damage, right? At the end of their delay period, right? The 4-speed weapon, which has a recovery of 4, so presumably it comes in right after 4. So at the 4-point mark, both weapons will have done 4 damage. But the starting point is that the slower weapon hit for all of that damage right off the bat. That has a couple points of utility. The first is that if you kill the enemy on the first hit, it's dead, so you don't have to worry about that. Other thing is, if you kill an enemy with certain legendary effects, it will recover your action time, so you immediately go again, right? So that's another effect that benefits a slower weapon. And there are honestly quite a few very strong benefits. In theory, in terms of DPS, a slower weapon is almost certainly going to be doing more damage because of the fact that there is no ramp up time to the damage. It is instant at the start and then it's slower. In the case where you have to wait for that initial attack, like you're dealing with an attack animation where you have to wait for the initial swing, faster weapons are by default better DPS, because if they have the same DPS potential over a period of, like, over their specific period, for each intermittent period, the faster weapon has hit more of the period and therefore is there. With starting with no recovery and then you're just recovering, the slower weapon has the advantage, right? So that's the fundamentals of how that works. So from a DPS perspective, in this game, with the way that the mechanics work, because there's no attack animation, slower weapons are structurally superior from a pure DPS perspective by a very small margin. Again, this is within the span of a recovery window, right? So the recovery time of 111, right? Like, anyway, there are some limitations on that. If the attack patterns don't overlap perfectly, so if you have, instead of 1 and 4, you have like 1.5 and 4, you end up with some weird shenanigans that can lead to it switching back and forth at certain time intervals, I believe. Don't quote me on that. That might only be true if there's weapon animations. But at any rate, the other thing is that, similar to the weapon, everything inverses if there's a weapon animation versus a recovery time, by the way. The whole thing reverses. So with weapon animations, a slow weapon is very vulnerable to interruption, right? Where it's like, if you miss the period where the slow weapon could have hit and the thing's out of range or whatever, the slow weapon struggles to catch back up. In the same way in this, if you're lancing in and out of combat, the slow weapon is hitting the enemy and then you're out of combat for a couple of seconds. That couple of seconds, the recovery time is recovering, but you're not doing DPS with the faster weapon, right? So it's one of those things where the DPS of a more powerful weapon has a lot of advantages in this game. The primary disadvantage that you end up with is the disadvantage that you see on Severia. You'll note that Severia is very squishy, and Severia does tend to just go down, despite having absurd amounts of lifesteal. The reason for that, the reason that even though she's regenerating 60% of her max HP with every hit, she's still going down a lot, is that she's not attacking quickly enough to take full advantage of that. So if an enemy drops her to 0 before her, or she gets put back up to full by my healing, if either of those two things happens before her next swing comes in, then she's healing off of full HP, or she's not healing at all because she's unconscious. One of those two things is happening. So from a healing, like a lifesteal perspective, lifestealing relies on speed, because you want to be continuously topping yourself up so that other factors aren't interfering with your lifesteal, whether it be healing from your allies that you don't need, or whether it be damage from your enemy that drops you past the point that you can lifesteal. Because Korgrik's regen always happens. Severia's regen only happens when attacking. I mean, there's some regen the rest of the time, but the vast majority of Severia's healing comes from attacking, which means that a faster weapon would give much more durability than the slower weapon that we have in play. So that's the basic. But yes, in terms of the reason why, they added the weapons, the attack speed change, my perspective on that is that Asher Kitty is correct. That basically, as you get further into the game, you're going to stack more and more modifiers that are giving you recovery, and you get everyone really, 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 really fast. Everyone starts to get really crazy fast if you just keep stacking things that are increasing your speed. So by making the more powerful weapons default to being slower weapons, what they've done is they've started to normalize things where an axe user who's just using a giant two-handed axe is still sitting on a 111 recovery time despite having 400 speed and haste and an of darkness weapon, right? So you're still hitting with slow hits, and so basically whereas I think, you have a recovery time of 60. So like Ash is hitting twice as quickly as Severia is with the fundamentally just faster weapon types. Now we also have an artifact, and I don't know that these artifacts scale in their speed at all. I feel like they don't. I feel like the artifacts retain the speed, but I could be wrong on that because I just don't know. This is just a legendary. This is a very fast weapon. So anyway, that's the basic gist of that. And I was looking for a thing. I'm not going to bother using it. It's fine. We're just going to copy our thing now. So where are we? Yeah, all the stuff that I was just talking about, by the way, that's all very... that's a very perfunctory explanation. A lot of that stuff can be made much more complicated by the individual characteristics of the given medium that you're dealing with. So like a given game might have very, very different interactions with all of that. The fundamentals remain the same, but there's a lot of details in the way the mechanics actually operate that can make it so that some or all of that stuff becomes less relevant. Similar to how I was talking about the oh, there you go. So it is in fact scaling up to higher value. I'm probably gonna have to blow my nose. Yeah, I'm gonna go blow my nose. I'll be right back. You all didn't need that much information. One's that. The second that I looked away from the screen, I remembered what the thing I was looking for is and what it looks like. Okay, so we're looking for a mirror. I think it's right here. Okay.
My pack's full.
We now have 2 of these.
No room.
So let's see how big a difference this makes. We go from 3,700 to 6,400 DPS. We lose some spell points. And our accuracy and our luck both go up.
I have too much.
Won't fit.
And we have the option to do this as well, but I don't think we want to. We want to keep that HP for now.
No space. I can't carry anymore.
I have too much.
Okay. Don't think we need a crossbow of thought. So now that we've done that, we don't have any need to have this on this character anymore. So this is not hardened. Is it? It's not hardened. Interesting. It does not copy the harden effect. That's kind of cool. Okay, good to know. So we need to harden that weapon, and we need
No
to
space.
slap this on you. We don't need this.
No, there's no
Let's see how
room.
big of a difference. Okay, this is a
There's no room.
fairly huge boost, actually. So that's good. So, you are now immune to that. Hardened item is a potion. Does it involve orange? I'm going to find out. I'm going to try to use our weakest materials. I think we probably still have some... I guess it doesn't matter, right?
Great, now we can use it.
Okay, no. Chant item. How do we have the only? Is it green?
Great, now we can. Ah, perfect mix.
And yellow. Okay.
Great, now we can use it.
Perfect. Spheria's voice sounds so friendly. Alright, so we've got this set up, and we now have two of the really just truly insane artifact that we have. So wild. Just pumping our DPS on this character all the way up to the same as this character. Alright. Now, we need to get a good main hand, so we're looking for a spear at some point that can compete with this. Shireel is doing pretty decent DPS. So that's good. Increases melee damage. Yeah, why do I have intelligence gauntlets? I guess because it has endurance. Is my mind resistance even subject? It is. It's very subject to... Why though? Why is this only going up by 20? The value there... Oh, it's only going up by 20 because of the resistance that's on the crown. So this... Ooh, okay. So... Oh yeah, this is about 50% higher. So yeah, I'm basically losing the entire... Yeah, okay, that checks out. So we need more mind resistance if we're going to want to be able to swap that out. Anything else we need to do? I don't think so. I think we're chill. We can go murder some things. How's the DK troll going? So we're going to slowly improve our overall durability as time passes. I think we might be able to dive this one now. It's going rough. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. So. We have leveled up, and since we have leveled up, it's tempting to try to take this thing. It's nice that the legendary has been separated off from the divine thing. I don't know when that happened on the tooltip, but it's a nice change. I'm going to try to single this out and then kill it on its own. I'm almost certainly just going to fall over, but I want to try it. Oh? Oh? Holy shit. Holy shit. We just brute forced down a Supreme Titan and we didn't even stun it. That was no stuns. That was just brute force. Ho, ho, ho. And it definitely did, you know, go easy on us a little bit in the sense that it hit the vampire with a Mind Blast once. So, but it was a long enough fight that that's, you know, fairly likely to happen. Like, that's not an unlikely eventuality. I'm very excited about that. That's very promising. Let's see. Do you have it on the what kind of scaling do you have it on? Is it the horizontal scaling? Let's see. Okay, so how are we gonna handle you? It's a Swift Hydra, so I can actually just run straight over to this, and then because that one's swift, I can basically completely isolate it fairly easily. Question mark? No, apparently not. I assumed that this was the swift one, but it wasn't. Maybe I didn't get close enough to aggro it, actually. It seems like it's in the same spot. Is it just not wanting to move or something? There we go. Now it's moving. It's not moving very fast, though. Like, it's moving slightly faster than the other one, but not by a lot. Whoop. I don't want to fight two enemies at once. And I'd like to get this behind a corner so that its ranged attacks are not hitting me. We should be okay here. Unless it has a lot of HP. It has a lot of HP, actually. So we healed up. We're going to get hit by the spells from where we are right now. Oh, we got the stun? Never mind, I think we got the para. Oh, we got a para, so it's done. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing a full Scholar's Cap run. And by full Scholar's Cap run, I mean probably 5 minutes of the game before everything becomes completely infeasible. By the way, we do still have our Scholar's Cap equipped on our tankiest character. So if I were to remove this, I'm gonna find out. See, the thing is, I'd like to find out how much of a difference this makes just unequipping it after like a threshold, like maybe once I finish the like this continent, I'll check and see like how much HP was I like literally sacrificing. It doesn't have a AC value, does it? It does have 4 AC on it. Oh yeah, recovery on kill is amazing.
Great.
Like, even with a party, recovery on kill is really, really good. Like, I've been trying to keep everybody's DPS in a good place, and I still have one character who just dominates the DPS overall. Like, a good portion of my killing blows are coming from Severia. Now, obviously, there's a big difference between, like, 30 to 40% and 100%. You know, there is a difference there. Okay. Yeah, I turned around. Like, I'm pretty sure if I dive them, I'm just gonna die. I'm not positive though. We did take down that Supreme. This one should be in a good position now. So if I fight this, I don't need to heal to fight a single Noble Titan. I can actually get the healing done just by doing auto attacks. So that's pretty good to know. You know what might be fun? Is a Minotaur Troll. Because the Troll class gets GM regen, right? And the Minotaur would allow me to dual wield an axe. Though I do get Swordmaster anyway. So I can dual wield a sword. I don't necessarily need... an axe. But it's a thought. It's a thought. I got distracted. I got distracted by thinking about how cool trolls are. Alright, how are we doing? We got just the 2 on us. We're all good. We might need to toss out a heal here, but we don't even need to do that. It is very interesting as well. Like, I think that the dynamic of this party is super interesting in that it doesn't take a lot of extra power to make a huge difference in my sustain. Like, I can be dying horribly 1 second, and then the next second, I am just chunking through things and not needing to heal. And the reason for that is that the party just has so much sustain. That's all like little bits and bobs. And all these little bits and bobs add up to a huge amount of regen and a huge amount of like overall sustain. We're not getting out of this fight, so... Stun it. Nope. All right. I should have saved when I was going into that. But like that's a reasonable fight to take. Oh, I did save. Wow. Hey, I should have done that thing that I did. I didn't even notice that I did it. Ooh, that's a problem. All right, we don't have any more thinger. Ooh, this time we did way worse.
Could be worse.
So we don't have consistency with our ability to take these right now. Oh no, I've got 2 on me, I'm dead.
What shall I do?
But yeah, I will say also that if I can figure out a way to boost Severia's durability, which there's actually a lot of ways I could do that. I'm currently using this, which isn't even that much durability. If I give you this instead, you get 42,000 durability. I'm gonna make this swap. I'm doing it. I'm swapping out my DPS chest for this incredibly crazy durability chest, and we're gonna see if this helps Severia not die for long enough to utilize all that insane lifesteal to good effect. Because if we can survive a single hit, of course we stun it. Of course. Oh, okay. Never mind. We don't stun it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not hitting you. I'm coming back to you when you're able to fight me. I'm gonna beat up this Noble Titan. Look, I make an optimization, and I want to do a test of my optimization, and then you just fucking get paralyzed in front of me. And you're making me look bad, and I don't like it. And I'm upset, and it's fine. How dare you? How dare you get paralyzed when I hit you with my paralyzing attack? I was relying on you resisting me. So Severia is no longer life-stealing back the bulk of her HP on a non-crit. She's healing for maybe 10% on a non-crit, I think. Ooh, okay, we've got a Supreme coming in. Perfect. It's a little less than perfect. So we're gonna try. Yeah, the fact that they were taking out my shaman is a problem. That was a pretty weak hit, actually. Okay, it did still one-shot her. So I need to get a bit more durability on her in order to be able to survive a single hit from them. And by a little bit more, I mean I need about double. I need to about double my durability to be able to survive a single hit. If I can survive a single hit from an enemy, I think there's a fairly good chance to be able to do some crazy shit. I got stuck on a tree. Okay. I should have dodged that initial attack. Wow. Ooh, that's a problem.
Looks like it's up to me.
And yeah, so... I think... we need... I think I like the idea of having Pelennor on. I think that Pelennor is maybe going to be the one piece of defensive gear that I actually equip on Severia. Where it's just like, this is a purely defensive piece of gear that's... And I think... Yes, I think I'm gonna basically build around Pelennor. Basically betting on the idea that if I can get Pelennor And what I'd like to get in addition to Pelennor at some point is a thing that gives me... I'd like to get one of the legendaries. Oops. Oh, that's surprising. I don't know how that hit me there. They do still have regen, right? Oh shit. There's a good place for it to be, but I can't get by it to take advantage of it. Okay, we got a ring.
We don't need this.
We really don't. You know? No lies detected. No lies detected. Okay. So we're gonna save. I think I'm gonna go after... No, we're gonna clear the rest of these titans, I guess. I was thinking maybe I'd go after some of the dragons, because I like to just like flip back and forth between different areas. But honestly, I think that it makes more sense for me to just finish clearing out these titans. I think there are chests here as well. So... Ooh, we got another trident. So this might be useful.
It might be useful.
Okay. So... Well, what I mean by areas... well, so first of all, you know, it makes sense to make a rule set that specifically disallows me from doing the thing that I would naturally do, right? But what I meant is I like to flip from one side of the area to the next side of the area. I default to ping-ponging between encounters. And you know what I meant. You were making a joke. And I'm acting like I didn't understand that joke. And I understood that joke. But I felt the need to explain it anyway. Now I'm sitting here explaining the explanation. What madness is this? Oh, whoa. This is more dangerous than I anticipated. Oh, wait. Fly doesn't get removed. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. It did get removed because I got knocked unconscious, I think. Okay. Okay, they're still chasing us, which is actually great. Heal up.
Heal me.
So they're gonna slowly whittle in. Okay, there we go. Whew. Let's see. Yeah, I might not be beating the autism allegations. It is entirely, look. Okay. So, let's do this. Let's do this. It's actually very funny. I still remember, quite a while back. It was like, I don't know, maybe a year ago or something at this point. Sometimes between like 6 months and a year ago. I mentioned to a friend, you know, I've been thinking that I might actually be autistic. And she said to me, yeah, you know, when I first met you, I immediately clocked that you were either a sociopath or autistic. I was like, oh, okay. And she's like, the jury's still out. Jury's still out on which. And I'm like, whoa, okay. She did not say that last part. Oh, man. One of the nice things about like knowing people for many, many, many years is that you can just talk to them about when you first met, and there's not a lot of like excuse you. There's not a lot of social stress there. There's like what your initial impression of someone is matters a lot to them. You know, a year after that impression has happened, because it's still, you know, up to date and relevant. But like 15 years later, it's just funny. Right? There's like absolutely no social tension in that. So, anyway, I just think that that's fun. Alright, so we've got another Supreme Titan. Is this the last one on the map? This might actually be the last Supreme Titan on the map. I am going to be continuing to just beat these down. I'm not really learning anything off of just beating these down, honestly, so there's not really a lot of reason that I'm doing this. There's no good reason for this, but we're doing it anyway. Just because it's kind of fun. And yeah, none of those are Supremes. Concerning? Okay, that. It looks like it's up to me. But yeah, we need to get a big stack HP on Severia. We might want to start pumping bodybuilding on its own. Not really. It's too expensive. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it to keep pumping bodybuilding. So instead, I think I'm going to keep up the chain that I'm doing right now. The specific sequence of things. I'm gonna use the houses for this, because I used the houses a lot yesterday, but I haven't really done much with them today, and I'm not gonna have much reason to when we're dealing with the other titans and stuff. And I don't know that we're gonna use them for the dragons either. We might end up needing them for the gold dragons. Ooh, that's concerning. The only person that isn't unconscious is the person who has a shit ton of regen. This is gonna end well for me. Okay. Did you lock yourself in? No. Maybe? Yes. Alright. So how hard are you hitting? Oh shit. It walked behind me and I didn't notice. I was like, where'd it go? Yeah, their movement is very erratic. That's the wrong target. Okay. Okay. This definitely would have gone faster if I just made a couple more attempts to fight it head on. You're not saving time here by any stretch of the imagination, but that was never the intent, so... Okay. Whew. We gotcha. We gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. We've pulled 3 Colossuses. Colossi? What is the plural of Colossus? Did Colossus... Did Colossus start as a formal... Is it proper noun? Proper noun. Did it start as a proper noun, or did it start as an improper noun? Like, I'm wondering if the Colossus is where we get the term Colossus, or if the term Colossus predates the Colossus, and they called it the Colossus because it's big. And I don't actually know that. I often look up the etymology of things, because I think that it's interesting to do so. But I have never looked that piece of information up. There's only 4 of these, I think, so we should be fine. So they're not gonna just, like...
It might be useful.
So there were multiple of them, though. So it wasn't a proper noun back then. The Colossus of Rhodes is a specific colossi. Is a specific colossus. And colossi, as we've established from the quote, is the plural. Interesting. So did the word originally meant like a type of statue then? Interesting. Sorry, now I got sidetracked by thinking about Colossi. Do we think we can take these 3? Rather than having to split them? Probably not. It's time to start stream. Oh wow, it's time to start stream. Okay, y'all, I need to head out. It's time to start stream. Let's see y'all later. Okay, I'm gonna try to just lifesteal this back up. There we go. And we actually have a huge amount of lifesteal on Quartal as well. The multiple sources of healing on hit that we have give me a pretty hefty heal every time I hit someone. So, are we done here? I think we done here. Okay, it's time for dragons. Exciting stuff. How are we doing on our buffs? We have preservation for 5 hours. We'll go ahead and recast that. We have haste for 15. We're fine on that. I think we do still have some hydras left. So we have to be concerned about that. I don't think by default there's a meaningful difference in the kind of stuff that's dropped by the different types of dragons, but I think in this level might matter. Ooh, there's a gold dragon that we can try to beat down over here. Perfect. Sniped. Fucking sniped out of the sky. Let's go. Alright, let's try to deal with you. Okay. That was not too bad, actually. That was fine. Actually, that was not that big a deal. Like, obviously a difficult fight, but nothing too crazy. We have another one that's approaching us, which is why we're just chilling here. Because we just have the one there that's moving, and we want it to be moving so that we can isolate it from the rest. Now that it's on this side, save the game and dive it. The issue is that if it takes out Kortal, like so. Oh shit, I just wandered into the others. We need to get this thing closer to the ground. Oh, it's on the ground. Unfortunately, we're now fighting from a position of extreme weakness. But we're still fine. So this is a 30 power reagent. It looks like the reagents that the enemies drop like that do not scale with the bolster the way that other ones do. Okay. So, we fought 2 gold dragons, and we're actually able to pretty comfortably beat them up, which is good. And we're going to probably get obliterated if we try to take out a gold dragon boss. And by probably, I mean definitely. I should check the damage on the next gold dragon that I see. Okay. I need to move as soon as that thing's in vision, and it's in vision now. That thing has line of sight, so we just need to rotate over. We're not going to be able to fight multiple dragons for a while. I fought 2 Titan bosses, but we used the city to... We used the little town to just deal with them. I did not make any attempt to tank them, considering that a normal Titan, like a Supreme Titan on its own, not a boss, is sufficiently powerful to instantly kill any character in my party. there didn't seem to be that much utility to, like, there's no difference there with the bosses. I'm now stronger than I was when I was fighting those before. Before, when I was actually fighting the bosses, any hit from any Titan was taking me down so negative that within 2 hits, I was unable to use shared life to bring people back. So, like, dealing with an actual Titan boss was a full non-starter. Like, it wasn't even worth considering, like, experimenting with, because there wouldn't be anything interesting to experiment with. It's just like, oh, okay, well, oh, look at that, this hit me, and now I can't heal anybody because it hit them to negative, 60,000 HP. I'm just trying to get this over a mountain so that it's less high up in the air for when it inevitably takes out Kortal. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I should check the. I should check the golds just to see what their damage output looks like. I don't think I can just tank the 2 of these at once, but one of them is the weakest variant, so it is theoretically possible. Like, neither of them can one-shot Kortal without a crit, I don't think. So... let's see. I should be able to take these 2. 2 of the weakest variant seems like something I should be able to fight. Now, if they both hit Kortal at the same time, there's the risk that they knock me down on the ground. But even then, I can just use shared life to pick Kortal back up and then just fly back up. It's not a major concern, not a major risk. So the lowest tier of dragons are not that dangerous. Let's take a look. Gold Dragon. So Gold Dragon's level 183 with... there we go. It's not actually... they don't hit that hard. Actually. Look how little damage this does to... wow. Wow. That is not even technically a one-shot. Wild. Okay, so those are just sitting there for right now. I don't know what causes them to just sit there sometimes. But I'm not going to worry about it for now. For now, I'm just going to clear out this pack. Okay. I think I can take out these. Get this done. Done. Bar. Dunbar. Okay. Next is... should just keep... I think I should probably just keep doing the ones that are over in the corners here. Because if I don't do the ones that are the most in the corners, then I run the risk of bringing the other ones over to these, and this is the place that I want to be fighting things. So okay, this is probably a bad idea, but the gold is not in range to attack us, so we're diving in and being a bit cheeky here. I would say that overall the dragons are a bit less dangerous than the titans. Overall. Maybe not quite less dangerous, because they do have the additional threat that they can like knock me out of the sky, which makes it so that I can't hit them anymore. And that can be a major threat depending on the terrain that I'm fighting them in. Like right now, I'm losing a lot of ground to the fact that I'm on the ground. Losing ground to the fact that I'm on the ground. Okay, we're gonna fight on this side of the hill. Okay, that's out of range now, so we can dive this one. Take it out. Get a potion recipe that we don't need. Save the game. Let's see. Concerning. Oh man, I'm gonna cast Fly first. There we go. We might lose this battle of attrition just by virtue of the fact that oh, we got it. Whew. But yeah, we could have easily lost the battle of attrition there because we kept getting knocked out of the sky. So that's the major like additional threat that the dragons pose. Is because they can knock you out of the sky, they can prevent you from hitting them, and then the battle of attrition gets a lot harder from that point onward because now it's been taking pot shots at you for free, and it just puts you behind, right? Both in terms of your healing, because your life stealing off of it, and you have on hit a healing, and the person who's healing with like shared life is also the person who's having to cast Fly. That is a lot of golds. They are not moving. Okay, I need to figure out how to make those move. I just need to get closer to the ground, apparently. Maybe I just needed to get closer to them in general. Alright. This one should be fairly trivial to take out on its own. I haven't seen any boss dragons yet, which is too bad. It'd be really nice to be able to fight a gold dragon boss. The sheer volume of hits. I also need to remember that I don't know if this is a change that they've made. I suspect that it is. It's a change that somebody's made, I think, which is that projectiles used to basically keep being visible but functionally despawn just a little bit outside of the range that you swap to yellow. So if you were in the green and you walked a few feet back from there, like if I just walk back like this, I'm way far away, I still got hit. In vanilla, if you're this far away from an enemy, the projectile despawns. It'll still hit you, but it's is that a Might and Magic 8 like engine change? Okay. So anyway, so it throws me off because you'll see me constantly getting hit by these projectiles from really far away, and I'm not even attempting to dodge it. What you'll see is me just moving away from it, as if I'm like it's just taking the Prometheus school of running away from things. And the reason that I do that is that in the original engine it worked. That was the most convenient way to deal with projectiles when you were already far away from enemies. And it became more prominent as a strategy in the skills emphasis mod, because in the skills emphasis mod, the projectiles were homing, which meant that the only way to consistently avoid a projectile was actually just outrange it. Outranging the projectile was not just a strategy, it was the best strategy for dodging. Because even while you were flying, while it was technically possible to dodge while you were flying if you were far enough away from the projectile, because the arc couldn't keep up with the speed at which you could rapidly change direction and stuff, I believe you could dodge projectiles in skills emphasis if you were moderately far away from the enemy, but I could be wrong. But even then, it was much more convenient to just outrange the projectile entirely. And now I can't do that. It's throwing me off. But it's also a very good change, like as a quality of life improvement. It's nice to have the projectiles, which were still clearly visible, right? It's not like they disappear. The projectile still is visible, but it's no longer capable of actually contacting you. I think that it's better. Ooh, we just got an artifact. Artifact gauntlets, which we can actually, in theory, use. Look at that. Plus 26 unarmed, plus 26 dodge. That is super good for my party. That's super awesome. I'm so happy that I got that. I need a monk. I need to make my full melee party again, where I just test out the damage values of the various melees. I'm curious to see like how a monk would do in this. I imagine you basically just wouldn't use unarmed until fairly late in the game. Like you'd have to, considering until you got GM, basically. Getting GM is pretty early game now because of how everything works. Okay, let's do this. We've managed to split these up very effectively. And I don't think there's really any reasonable way for us to lose to a red dragon. I don't think Korrick can literally out-regen it. So if I was just standing there AFK, it would kill me eventually. But I don't think that I'd struggle to get out of range. If it, managed to take out both of my healers or something like that, and it was high enough in the air that I couldn't hit it, I think I'd still be fine. So we're getting to the point where we'll be powerful enough to handle all of the outdoor sections reasonably comfortably. That is a state that we are progressing to. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. Okay, I'm gonna just dive you. I think. No, that one's not gonna get out of range. This is a concern. Okay, we got it. Lifesteal. We've got really good lifesteal in the party. Man, I feel like if we had a bunch of copies of Pelennor, you can't copy artifacts, can you? Because copying Pelennor might actually be worthwhile. If I look at like stuff like this is really good. And if I got like a perfectly itemized piece of plate armor, it would be really good for a while. Though this only requires level 62. So in theory, I could pump the AC on this to a very high level. If I just got it at I would need to actually be investing resources into upgrading not just my weapons, but also my armor at that point, which seems a little excessive.
I can't carry anymore.
This is almost certainly better than some ring that I have. So we're going to check. What is our weakest ring? Is it this? No, that's 38 and 30. This is 54 to elemental resists. I think that this is a thing that we can comfortably put onto her.
No, there's
The
no
elemental resistance boost is potentially quite convenient. This is allegedly a drop for everything. The stuff of Doom is actually... Doom's stat is very good. Because there's just so many stats that it boosts. Like, it boosts your armor and your resistance and your endurance. And your luck. Like, it looks like a fairly weak effect on paper. But it's way stronger than you'd think. I'm wondering whether this is going to actually be an improvement anyway. Just by virtue of the fact that it interacts with the... I don't think that this is taking into account the legendary effect. And we don't have to deal with mind... Oh, we do, though. The limitations on mind still matter. So we're getting a slight improvement to our energy resistance. But not a huge one. So our mind and our body are both behind. Let's see. I am going to hold on to this for now. All right, let's save it up. But yeah, I should do at some. I guess I'm never going to get time to do it though, unfortunately. It's tempting to do like an off stream, not off stream. One of the. Did I do that off stream? I think I did it off stream, but like just do a quick recording of me just puttering around in my inventory for a couple of hours, just like unvoiced, just me puttering in my inventory. But I'm probably not going to do that again this run because I'm not going to have time. My wife's off of work right now because summer break. So, though they don't call it summer break. There's no summer here. They call it June holidays. But the but maybe if she has a bunch of work that she needs to do later, I would do something like that at one of the afternoons. But generally speaking, my afternoons are, spent doing things that are not messing around with my inventory. So probably won't be doing that. Though I guess I could also do that on a weekend in the morning before she wakes up, because I sleep way fewer hours than she does. There's a very big difference conceptually, I think, between people who like sleep and people who do not like sleep. And aside from just being an insomniac, I have a conceptual dislike of the concept of sleeping. I do not like it. It feels like I'm wasting my time. And sometimes it feels good to wake up. But just generally speaking, I feel like I'm wasting my time sleeping. When I could be doing something that's actually enjoyable. You know what I mean? I could be doing anything with my life and I'm sleeping. I have so much stuff I could be doing with my time. Not like necessarily productive stuff in the sense of like, get that Sigma grind set going. Just like, no, I could be eating a cake or playing a video game or doing whatever, right? I could be doing anything and instead I'm just unconscious. Ugh. No, thank you. So I think part of that dislike comes from how much time gets wasted just falling asleep, where I'm just like sitting in bed doing nothing. Because for the most part, like, I have to spend a decent amount of time every day that I want to like be sleeping at an appropriate time, invested into the process of making me asleep. It's not as simple as just like being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna read and then I'll just fall asleep at some point. Which is good, right? Because then you're doing a fun thing and then you immediately fall asleep and then you're able to wake up. So, at any rate, I don't like sleep. Sleep is boring. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to walk closer to them. It's so rough. There we go. There we go. Alright. Yeah, at some point, it would make sense for me to like actually do some specialization for my characters. My characters are currently not super specialized, and it would make sense to do so. So I probably should at some point, but I'm probably not going to. It would make a lot of sense as an example for me to like invest heavily into like specific like purposes for Kortal, right? Like at this point we're getting significant diminishing returns on our investment into like spell books that we're not really using anymore. Oh, are we gonna actually lose? Nope. I'm like, are we actually gonna lose to this dragon? What is happening? And Severius is like, no, stab. Not happening. Okay. Well, shit. Now we have to walk around somewhere. That'd be Master just reload and do the fight again. Okay, so how much longer do we have? We have a while yet. Let's see here. While I'm waiting for my HP to come back, I'm trying to think of the angle that I want to emphasize for everybody. So, Severia, I want to have a lot of... I think I want a lot more raw HP on Severia than I have right now. I want to think about how it is that I'm going to make that happen. Because I have to actively make that happen. It makes a degree of sense to go with... No, I think that because of the fact that she's fundamentally lifesteal oriented, I think it makes more sense to focus on mitigation. Because of the fact that she's a lifesteal oriented character, and not to try to fixate on... And it also is more suitable for her whole deal. She's got Master, but not Grandmaster in bodybuilding. So investing heavily into bodybuilding is not necessarily... Wow, I'm gonna just die to this one.
What shall I do?
I actually died to a dragon, look at that. That's fairly surprising. I was not expecting to actually go down. Like, I'd had a few, like, semi-close calls before, but nothing that concerning. So...
Useless.
Ooh, interesting. Arms Master increase. Kind of like that as a tertiary effect. Probably not for a weapon. Yeah, the Hands of the Master would be really, really potent if I got those onto a monk. I'm trying to think of how I would, if I was going to make a party like this again, I'm trying to think of what I would change.
There's no room.
I'm not sure what I would. I'm fairly happy with the bulk of the party and their whole deal. I think I would probably not make my shaman a minotaur if I was going to do this again.
It might be useful.
I think that's... one change. I might make the knight a minotaur? If I had a knight. Do I want a knight even? Do knights get GMX? Knights don't get GMX, so... It'd be kind of nice, in theory, I don't know how big of a difference this would be. Oh, does Minotaur get a +1 to the axe tier? Ooh, actually. If Minotaur gets +1 to axe tier, then a Minotaur Knight would be able to Grandmaster Spear, which reduces physical resistance, and Grandmaster Axe, which has a 1% chance to have AC. So they would be able to basically shred the resistances of an enemy. The only issue would be that their attack speed would be fairly low because axes are very slow compared to swords. And spears don't improve your speed with the improvements, right? So you'd be dual wielding 2 slow weapons, but want to be spamming attacks very quickly. Now that is made up for a bit by having Grandmaster Armsmaster alongside GM Axe. So you'd have 2 separate sources of increases to your attack speed that would scale fairly well together, I think. So, oh shit, I forgot to recast Preservation. Whoopsie doopsie. Eh. Concerning. It's TPing around. That was a bad dodge, but it worked. Okay. We haven't done anything, right? Oh no, we've got to half life already. +3 to skill. If it's only +3 to skill, then that's not gonna help too much. I don't think. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Think. It's armor and shield. Interesting. I need to look up the
Yes.
the calculation on bodybuilding because I guess I just need to know what my base HP is, right? Where's my class? Is class not showing up here? Everybody else is an elder. So set. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like there aren't any dragon bosses over here. So we're not going to find any dragon bosses, and as far as I can tell, we're probably not going to find too much of anything, honestly. I just now realized this.
We don't need this.
In the base game, dragons have a 100% chance to drop something, right? Do they always drop something? I don't think they've been dropping something every time. I think that they have a 100% drop. Like, they all have identical loot table, which is just like a 100% chance to drop a tier 6 item or something like that. Yeah, and this isn't dropping anything. So, weirdly enough, the actual drop rate, the dragons are less valuable in this mod than they are normally, despite it being a very gear-centric mod, because of the fact that the loot table has changed, like the actual drop rates of things have changed.
Yes.
The relative power of dragon loot is substantially lowered, which is a bit unfortunate. It is very funny to think that I'm sitting on such weak gear that a random purple is just a flat upgrade, but it doesn't even have that great of effects. It's like, it's fine. It's got, fairly good itemization, but is that everything here? I guess I should also... This is like a plus 50 power or something, right? Oh, it's 100? Holy shit. Well, what did that do? Isn't that supposed to give me like 100 levels worth of max HP? What did it do? What does power do in this? Power temporary. I just realized I haven't found any gear that gives of power as an effect. Is of power removed as an effect? It might have healed, but I don't think that's what that's not what this is supposed to do. Like, it's supposed to give you 100 temporary levels if it's of power. Odd. They might have removed those effects. I think this one's 50, right? Is this 50 levels? I don't actually remember. Interesting. I think we might have finished Paradise Valley with 3 hours to spare, so we'll be able to move on to the next area. What time is it? It's 6:32 p.m. It's 6:32 p.m. The Barracuda is not running right now. Sounds like a spy sentence. The Barracuda isn't running. The Barracuda does not run at 6:32. I don't know what the returning call sign is. Oh yeah, call sign is the wrong term. What am I gonna do? What are we gonna do? I don't think I want to do Hermit. I can't do Hermit's Isle because I don't think I can do Hermit's. I might be able to do Hermit's Isle. Can I just walk into Hermit's Isle? Can I do the Hermit's Isle thing? I don't think so, right? Because I think I need the person to be there, and they shouldn't be there yet. So I don't I don't think that that will work. Really? I should be able to clear the dungeon? Shouldn't the NPC that I need to kill not be there yet? Is it just not going to cause a problem for me, even though, like, in theory, the quest NPC shouldn't be there? Can I still just clear it? Guess I don't need all these 10 power harpy feathers. Drop these. Yeah, if he's not there and I can just clear the dungeon without him being there, then that's fine because it's not an issue to be unable to kill a specific enemy because they're not there. So we could do it. The concern that I have with doing Hermit's Isle next is I don't really want to kill every Titan before I have the ability to fight the Titans in a more reasonable way. If that makes any sense. Like, I'd like to do Mire of the Damned before I do Hermit's Isle, just so that there's more of a breakup of, like, this is how strong I am now. This is how hard the Titans are right now. And then I do more of a breakup of the things so that I get a few levels, get some gear potentially, and be able to see, like, a meaningful distinction in power level between areas. It's my preference. So but I don't really want to do Mire the Damned next. I think I might, honestly, that is a crazy amount of very dedicated resistance. I'm going to give this to you. I'm not going to necessarily use it right now. That is an insane amount of body resist stacked on this primordial item. So if I could yes, we're going to build around this item for right now because this is, I think, a very interesting item that I want to tinker with a bit. So we're going to need this eventually. I don't know if we need it right now. We do not need it right now. So we should be able to use this to get this to 56. And then from there, this gets us to 79. This is 68. So this is 90. This is 75. I think it increases in 15 increments. So this is the next thing that I would do with it. Things can go up to 68 with this. I'm not sure if I want to use these just to get a +3, but I guess I should, because the next one is probably substantially more rare. Oh, that didn't even give me +3, it only gave me +2. Weird. Okay, so we're to 77. So we need some more sunstones. Character. Okay, so both of these are at 77 now. So this gives me 154 body. Actually, no, it's 184 body resistance. And do we have any other crafting items that are higher tier than that? We could duplicate it if we wanted to. That is an option. I don't think we would want to do that until we've actually slapped the effect that we're looking for onto it. And specifically what we're looking for is if we can find this effect in one of those orbs that lets us put a legendary effect on an item, we could slap that onto this. And then we have an item that gives a bunch of resists to all resist, very nice, very convenient, as well as gives a huge boost to a singular resist. Now, the issue with duplicating it, and this is a significant issue, the issue with duplicating it is that then multiple characters would be stacking the same resistance, which is a concern because you don't want multiple people stacking the same resist. You want everyone to have access to a different resist to stack. And optimally, if I'm being honest, optimally it's preferential to stack fire, I believe, because I think fire has the best affix for that. Of the Phoenix is a very strong, very good effect. I don't think that body has an equivalent. So I would probably not end up using body as my default thing, but we'd have to see. But as an example, actually, so this is an example of something that we could do that would be very, very strong and that potentially I should just invest in doing right now. Do we want to do that? Are we going to pull the trigger on this? I think, well, the thing is that stacking a single type of defense is, generally speaking, inefficient. You want to have multiple types of defense that are multiplicatively stacking with each other. So I wouldn't want to stack all the resists on one character. The other thing to bear in mind is that if you copied this, it would be a very ineffective strategy because you'd have to dedicate the rest of your gear to getting your other resists high enough to actually benefit from this. Because you're stacking your body resistance so high that it's going to be too much higher than the other effects. So like let's look at this, right? So if you look at this Primordial Sun Opal Ring of Protection, the maximum that this item on its own can increase the other resistances to is 45, because they can only be increased to 50% higher than their current value. So you're getting 150 body, but you're only getting 30 in everything else. So everything else can only go up to 45 to try to match body, but it's not coming anywhere near. So you only need one really strong singular resist item to need a lot of items to catch everything up to the point where they would need to be. But it means that you basically just don't have to stack more resistance in order to get like really crazy effects. But the thing about this is that right now I have this item on this character, and this is a very strong item for this character. It's a very strong item for any character, honestly. It's Honestly, this item ultimately should probably go to Korgrick because of the fact that leather is just not really that amazing. Because of the fact that the base armor on leather is so bad. The base armor on this is so low that, like, I would have to dedicate gear slots. Why don't I have anything equipped on Korgrick? What is even happening? Korgrick, I am so sorry. What is happening? We need to do some inventory management. It's happening today. Because what the hell? Poor Korgrick is just sitting here being sad. So I'm going to organize you. I'm going to just start organizing all of these inventories. We don't need stone skin. We don't need the wizard eye. Remains of a journal. We have a dimension door scroll that we don't need, but we'll hold on to anyway for now, just in case we need it for something. Eventually, we have a bunch of these. Stone and premature aging immunity is something that I really should have on some people, honestly. So are we done with this? Okay, so the thing we're going to do, I believe that this is a reasonable thing to do, is we are going to take this helm, we're going to move it. We're moving this onto Severia, we're giving you this. Severia is going to be basically coming into her final form. So the advantage that Severia has over every other character is that if I'm pumping body on its own, this is not that strong an effect. Let's see. This is strictly weaker than the other one. Okay. The advantage that she has is that she's completely immune to mind. So if her body resistance gets too high for everything to catch up, to keep up with it, it is trivial for me to just give her something like a Ring of the Plains. I give her a Ring of the Plains and everything catches up again. Right? Ring of the Plains gives a bunch of resistance to... Where the hell did the Ring of the Plains go? Right. So this gives a bunch of resistance to the 4 types that are not body. So there's a huge amount of advantage to being able to just be like, okay, well, this will just go on to this character. So if I take this off, we have, at this point, like 70 some resists. Take this off. Look at this ring. This is going to cut all damage taken by a third. We're doing this. This is a thing. So Silria is going to need to catch up because we have... I think... figured, yeah, and I have all these plus to all resists on this character that I forgot that I had. So because I have all these plus to all resists on this target that I had actually forgotten about, this character scales really well with this. So Severia is kind of sitting in her final form. That's all great and excellent. And we need to start figuring out our ring situation. We need to get everybody into a good position. We're not going to be able to get anybody to be in as final a position as Severia is. Severia is in a very scary position right now. So we have the ability, if we so pleased, to actually boost this ring just from body resistance. We can get another like 100 body resist on this and still not cap out. So the question is, do I actually want... Yeah, I think that is how I want to handle that. I think that... So, if we look at the legendaries that we have on this character, right? Like, the things that we're defaulting to right now. We have Pelennor. Pelennor makes sense. We've invested a lot of points into plate. Get those points in plate are giving us a bunch of bonus resists. They're giving a bunch of armor. And we have a very high armor thing to do with it. We have an incredibly powerful weapon. And the issue that we have with Severia is basically one of efficiency. We want this character to be stacking as much DPS as possible with all of their slots, but they don't have that many slots left, right? Like, their slots are being taken up by all these legendary effects. So, by basically stockpiling a fuck ton of resist onto just a single slot, what we're able to do there is give ourselves a very nice base to work off of, so that we can basically just stack DPS stats in our other slots and really just not worry about pretty much anything else. Just because the resists on all of this other stuff between our armor and our legendaries that we have equipped automatically, which, by the way, this character is stacked with legendaries. They are stacked with them. So there's no wonder that this character is the one who is getting so far out of control. It's just because they're just so stacked. Let's see here. And the reason that they're so stacked is because it makes sense to stack the stuff on them. But yeah, my hope is that we'll be able to do something similar with other characters at some point. And like, this is not a thing that I want to copy, because I don't like this item being on a crown. I don't like this effect being on a crown. I don't want it on a crown. For a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons is as simple as I want the AC to be on that slot. That slot by default should have AC. And I have a lot of characters who scale well with armor class, and it's a waste to have a crown when I could have a helmet. So I don't want to copy that item. It's not like a best in slot type of deal. Like, this is like pretty much best in slot. There might be a more powerful axe variant. There might, like, a different type of axe might be better. It's the most powerful of its tier for its category, but I don't know if there's a different category of two-handed axe that's just stronger than this axe. If there is, it's going to be a fairly marginal advantage, most likely. But at any rate, you don't have premature aging immunity, I don't think. So we should give this to you just right off the bat. And right, I was looking for this kind of stuff. So this can get me up to 79. We do have an emerald that can take us even higher. Interesting. So we can get a stat up to 180 on armor. And we can get it up to 210 on a two-hander. So we can get these stats up to 210, potentially. Which is valuable. I'm wondering if we want to invest. Wondering how we want to handle this. This is interesting because this gives plus 26 to all resists and it gives body resistance. Which, if I can get another item, I could swap the body character to be the one with that item. But for now, it's not that relevant. Let's see here. Anything else that we need to do? How old is everybody now? Okay, it doesn't look like we've run into anything that was increasing our age here, so that's good. Body and mind resist. For now, plus $25 resist isn't terrible. Okay. You are still missing a slot. I'm going to give you this for right now. We've got 55k on you. There's such a huge... Ooh, that's interesting. So, Ash is now caught up in theoretical position here. Right, I equipped this. So I have this offensive item on the chest instead of defensive item on the chest. Alright, I think that... I'm fairly happy with this setup for right now. The one issue is that the person who's the most tanky right now is going to be Severia now. Certainly against non-physical attacks. Against physical attacks, probably also the most tanky. Korgrik has more HP, but yeah, Severia's HP has gone from like 5,000 to 8,000. Severia is incredibly tanky right now. So I think we're golden on Severia. We've got her set up, and her gear set is mostly aligned with what we want. I think what we're going to want on Kortal is to... You don't have a belt? I didn't replace the belt. Guess we
There's
can
no room.
give you this for now. And I want to think about what I want to do for Kortal's itemization. We want 2 axes that are just strong, I think. I think we just want, like, another strong axe. We could keep this one. I'm wondering if we want another lifesteal axe. It might be overkill to do that, but I just really like Of Darkness. Let's see. So let's see. I could potentially do something with you. I'm not sure. I think we basically are stacking this stuff. Bodybuilding is going to have substantially diminishing returns at this point. That's interesting. I have expert meditation, but I apparently am not allowed to have expert meditation. Was shaman changed to only get access to baseline meditation? Huh. Interesting. We have leather. I honestly think I want to just keep stacking these. So for this character, from an itemization perspective, I actually don't know that the combination that I want is really that different between characters. I could try stacking specific statistics on different characters, but I don't know that I really have a strong desire to focus on a specific stat rather than focusing on just improving my overall durability and getting like boosts to all stats. Like the plus 31 to all 7 statistics is a very good stat that I like. So I think that's a thing that we're going to continue to do. So what I'd like to do at some point is I'd like to find a fire ring that's similar to this one. I also just realized something. This is primordial. No, it needs to be legendary in order for it to matter. Legendaries get a plus 20% to how high their stats can go. I do have some legendary rings. And this has fairly poor itemization. I could scour that personality off. And try to replace it with like endurance or something. Maybe I should do that. Because I like the Of Doom effect. I like the speed. The speed's fine. So if we get the personality purged, though we could also just boost this. We don't need to get rid of the personality. We could just leave the personality on there, which helps with the amount of healing that we do. But I don't know that that's... My goal is to get to a point where I need less healing, like straight healing to be done. That's my goal right now. And I think the person who's going to be the linchpin of making that happen is probably Sylria. I need to get Sylria in a better position to make this work, I think. Speed and accuracy are both fairly good. We have Of the Dragon, which is a fairly good effect. We have this, which we could upgrade the speed and AC on this if we wanted, but I probably don't need to bother with that. Do we have anything really major that we could fundamentally alter? We're currently sitting on a boost. Anytime we have a boost to might, int, or personality, we are getting a boost to the other two as well. So intellect is the thing that I have the most direct points into, and intellect is the only thing that I should have any points, like any stat points going directly into, unless I want to change which stat I'm using. I could also just use personality instead. If we use personality instead, then boosting my personality here might make sense on this legendary ring. And we could get this up to like plus 160. We could get a pretty big amount of a boost here. And I believe that the healing and stuff from this scales off of these stats. So I would need 373 is a lot. Get one bonus heal every 100 levels. Don't think that seems accurate. So if we were to stop pumping plate temporarily and ignore bodybuilding as well, we can start pumping these four on their own to just try to get them up. That might make sense. Do I want to just pump my personality up? This is a very good item overall. The legendary effect isn't super crazy, but I think it's worth investing into this item, and we're just going to do it. So it got put here. So we need something that will get us up to about 40 on a ring. So this should get the job done for a while, because we can also get an additional 20% because of the fact that it's a legendary. Okay, so that's done. It's up to 54 personality on this. So the next thing is this, which we can probably use 2 of each. Yep. Next is this. Okay, this is up to 80 personality. We've now doubled the personality boost off of this. And is that sufficient? Yes. So we now have, is it Sunstones as the next thing to look at? And I think it's probably not worth it. So we're going to swap this back. It's not going to be worth investing even deeper into this. So for right now, we're just going to equip this. And this gives us a pretty massive boost to our offensive stats, actually. So not too shabby. Not too shabby. So this is going to give us plus 80 personality. We can unequip this. And I'm going to unequip this as well. This gives us personality and endurance. We're going to keep this. And do we want to invest into upgrading this? It's fairly cheap to do so. Oh, also, this is endurance and spell points, speed, and intellect. I think that I don't need the intellect and stuff. Okay, anybody have something with personality on it that they don't need? This is a very powerful effect. And it's tempting to just purge off the personality in favor of something else. I'm not going to. We're actually just going to lean into it. The purge effect is fairly uncommon, so we probably can do the really weak thing here. Okay. Okay, so okay, those are done. Next is max power in this 75, so that's the 90 one, right? Yep. It's probably not the most efficient thing in the world for me to be boosting my rings this much. But the nice thing about the rings is that they are very transferable. I'm not going to be like, oh no, this ring that I have invested so much into, I now need to decide between this ring and another ring. That's just not a thing that I have to worry about, because of the fact that I can just put them on and they're fine. So this is another fairly huge boost to all of our stats. And it's also nice to have the speed, because the speed scales well with the fact that we're boosting a bunch of other stats. So we're fine there. So we have these two things set. You have boots that are very good, and which I could upgrade the stats on them. I don't think it's critical that I do so. This is a level 134 required. I should be upgrading this cutlass. This is not maxed out right now for some reason. I don't know why it's so low level compared to where it could be. So where's my crafting gems?
No room. I have too much.
There we go. So we can get this upgraded how many times? Probably several. It's nowhere near the cap. So I think it gives, what, plus 8 levels? So we've got 155 now. So that should be a fairly sizable upgrade. Our on-paper DPS is actually now higher than it is for Severia, which is kind of cool. I don't think it's actually higher, but on paper. So our healing... So presumably... Let's take a look at our thinger. So I'm curious, does anybody know if int and personality stack? Or if it's just based off of the highest when it comes to the bonus magic damage? I would presume, based off of the fact that this artifact exists, that they would kind of have to stack, right? Because, like, what would be the point of giving an increase to one of the others? I wish Malekith was in chat, but unfortunately they are off on an adventure. Truly revolting behavior. Traveling to Japan, who could ever? Like, why would you bother? I just got back from Japan. For those who don't know, I think everybody knows this at this point of the thing, but yes. Let's see here. What do I want for the rest of these slots? Personality and accuracy. Might, accuracy. We don't need anything with might for you. Do we have any personality stuff? With might and personality, which is not a good combination. And this is interesting. This gives air and mind resist, which are two effects that I really don't care about. But it also has plus 25 to all 7 statistics, which is an effect that I really do. But it is a purple. I don't really care that much. So, do we have any other legendaries that I can work right now? I'm thinking about rings right now. Just look at everybody's rings and don't get distracted. HB, Arms Master, Speed and Might, Might and Personality, Endurance and Speed. Ooh. This is another very good item to invest heavily into. Let's see. Stats. Personality, endurance, plus 31 to all stats. Weirdly, actually, of the gods... No, because of the specific way that the thing works, it doesn't matter. Of the gods is still just as beneficial. So... Okay, we need to replace this at some point, or we just need to replace the intellect on it. But purging the intellect off of that is probably not worth it. Let's see, let's take a look at your rings. So we have might and personality, which is not a combination that we want. And we have this thing. We got this so early. Level required 4, we're still using it. Still to this day using that item. Crazy.
Let's leave it behind.
Disarm. So your neck has speed and endurance on it. Luck. So we can. Oh, this is of the gods. I didn't even notice this was of the gods. We're just going to equip this because it's of the gods. We could just equip this artifact. This gives us a fairly decent boost to most of our weak points, and we would need some more body to increase our energy damage. Unfortunately, or energy reduction, but that's okay. We don't necessarily need energy resistance in the immediate future. Let's see, plus 23 to all resists. Just give you that for now. Might endurance. Luck, personality, and fire. I could equip that on you. Do I want to? I think I will. The Ring of the Plains is something that I would honestly prefer to have on someone who it's going to increase their energy resistance. It'll increase your energy resistance a bit. But it doesn't increase our energy resistance here at all because body, water, and earth are all identical. But 61%, our weakest here is water. Which means that we would get a benefit from just pumping the elemental. Let's see, spell points, speed, intellect. But if I unequip this, then body becomes the weakest, so I can't replace that with it. So it might not be worth dealing with right this moment. Though we don't necessarily need to worry about it right this second, because again, we're not dealing with elemental. We're not dealing with energy resistance in the next place necessarily. Int personality, 26 to all resists, and some HP and some spell points. Who has some really crappy stuff? You have this, which is pretty bad aside from the immunities it gives. This is really bad. It has the bonus effect, which is good. The fire resistance could be improved. But we also have, this is basically not even a thing. It gives immunity to stone, but we're actually going to just flat out equip this for now. We have that thing. I need to have unconsciousness immunity on everybody at all times. It's preferable to have death and eradication immunity on everybody at all times as well. Let's see, endurance and HP versus, where is this thing I just saw? AC, might, endurance. All right, this is a flat upgrade. Perfect. Perfect. Disease and curse immunity. Plus 54 to elemental resistances is a very large amount of elemental resists on an item that also has other stats on it. I do have a lot of stuff. So we're looking for our weakest item. This is the weakest offensively. This is a very weak item overall, I think. Where'd that thing go? So what we're basically looking to do is swap in the weakest item so that we can compare them. And it looks like this just gives us a little bit of a boost to everything. So we're just going to equip this for now. So we can organize this. We actually have a pretty decent number of crafting rubies and things like that still. So I have a legendary crown that I don't really want to improve the base stats of, because the base stats are just a bunch of HP that I don't. The Ring of the Plains is, I think, 104 right now. Believe that was what it was. Oh, this gives 100 intellect. That's quite a lot. Thought I put these Ring of the Plains in your. Oh my God, was that? These are all crafting? I have way more crafting materials than I thought I did. I have so many more crafting materials than I thought I did. Ooh. Ooh, that is relevant. Okay. So this means that I have the ability to pump a couple more pieces of gear in a meaningful way. Did I equip it or something? I thought I put it in your inventory. These necklaces.
We don't need
kind of
this.
garbage. I think it's a pretty plain band that I would recognize on sight. It's like a plain golden band, I think. I need to save. That was spooky. This is probably an upgrade for you. It's not. Oh, this has a doom on it. I didn't realize. That's going to make it a lot harder to replace. Personality and hit points. I could actually just start upgrading this. Let's. Do I have room? Probably. Like, I could replace this if I wanted. I don't know that it's worth it. It's not like it's a legendary. You have endurance and accuracy. You have luck and might. Who really needs it the most right now? Probably you, honestly. It looks like this. This is what the this looks like, I think. I think that's the model for it. Ring of the Plains. Yeah, it's 105 now. So it's a very sizable effect, considering that it's for 4 different resistances, but it's not that crazy. We have that other thing that gives like plus 50 to the elemental resistances, and then has the ability to have 2 other slots. So let's see. Yeah, the artifacts are not. They don't scale that crazy, honestly. Like, they have pretty decent scaling, but not that insane. Shit, I forgot what I was looking for. Right, I should look for, yes, I'm still wearing this Minotaur plate. This is actually very good. If I could GM chain with somebody, like if I had a chain user, this Gloam Mail gives plus 52 to all stats and plus 52 to all resists and has plate-like armor class. This is actually really good. This is a very powerful piece of gear, actually. I'm never going to be able to use it, but it's cool. Plus 400 accuracy. Hades is not relevant to my interests anymore. Yeah, I need to be an elf, which is truly the greatest sacrifice that one could ask for. Do I want to boost these gloves? The armor class on them, I don't necessarily need to boost. I don't think it's going to have that big of an effect. I could purge the thing off of this, but I don't know that that's worth it. So let's go ahead and upgrade this cloak. So max power is 90, max is 75. Is that enough? No, I'm gonna need a couple more of those. We're now at 87, that's probably the max. It's not the max. Max is 90. Okay, so we can get this up to plus 90 with that. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so that is the maximum right now. So this is up to 107 luck, 107 speed. It's only plus $13 resist, but that's fine. And with this lux and speed, you're wearing the Atlas cloak right now. I think we're going to keep the Atlas cloak probably, because I think that's appropriate for her setup. Anything else that we want to be boosting right now? Let's see. Body armor can go up to 135 with this. So we could actually boost the luck and speed of this by a lot. And we could just boost the tier of this as well, probably. Do we want to just use an Ascension Emerald? We've had this, I think, since like the beginning of the game, right? Did we find this at like the first area of the game? Did we find this in Daggerwound? I don't remember when we got this. We got this early, I think. We've had it for so long. I'm tempted, but I don't think we got it in Daggerwound. I think we got it later than that. I'm tempted to upgrade this and just be like, this is going to be a thing. But it's not a legendary, so I think I'm not going to worry about it for now. This gives speed, endurance. Garrett Gorge or Alvar, that makes sense. Based off the required level. These boots make sense to invest into. Let's invest into the boots. And I can get them to 101 apparently. Boots can go up to 94 base. Okay. Yeah, let's pump these boots. Okay. So they're up to 112 now. And we can do
Won't fit.
this up to the maximum. Potentially, unless it can go higher, which it can. 134. So 134 to these. Let's see. Speed, armor, and Doom 9. I think the Doom effect is really, really good, personally. Because Doom 9 is also 9 resistance, but it's 9 resistance and 9 endurance and 9 armor. So from a durability perspective, like, Doom 9 is giving you all of these factors that are interacting in a positive way with each other. Like, if you have an option between something with Doom on it and something without Doom, honestly, Doom is often going to just be the correct choice. Even if the effect seems kind of low, it's just so high because of the fact that there's so many things. Like, of Doom is affecting how many stats? So there are 7 base stats that it's affecting. There are 6 resistance. So it's 13 from there, 14 because it's also increasing your armor class, and 15 because it's affecting your base HP, right? And because it's affecting your HP and your endurance, you're double dipping on HP. You are double dipping on armor class out of the speed. You're double dipping on resistances out of the luck. Like, the it's so crazy. Of Doom is so good when it's not just +1. When it's not just +1, it's so crazy strong. Ooh, look at that. Ash is up to 7,800 now. We were at 6,900 when we started, I think. So that's kind of terrifying. Do we want to do it? I think we're going to. I don't. But no, it's not. It's not a legendary though. I have so many legendaries that I should be investing into the stats of, and because, like, I don't need to invest in the stats of this one necessarily, but this I could invest into the stats of this because this is boots and belt the same tier. Like, this is basically no investment at all. This is very weak compared to where it should be right now. Yeah, let's start investing into these 2 items. So this is going to be something I ignore for now. So we're at 58. And so, no, belt is lower. Belt is going to be the base of 60. We'll do the belt after we do the boots. So the boots are at 58. So can we do you? Yes, we can. And we might have actually been able to do a lower tier than that, now that I think about it, but I didn't think about it at the time. Let's go to here. Okay, so the boots are now going to have that. So this is plus. Okay, so these are done. With those, so we're up to 108 of both of these. Was it this that I was using? I think so, yes. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't occur to me earlier how easy a decision it is to just boost the base stats on all these items that are just legendaries that I know that I'm never going to unequip, right? Like, I'm never going to not be equipping this. This is going to be on forever. So I have a shit ton of Ascension Emeralds, yeah. I guess I should use the Ascension Emeralds on this, because again, I'm not going to unequip it or anything, right? So I might as well. Like, it's not a huge effect. It only gives, like, +1 armor. But it's not like I'm going to unequip it. But I do kind of want to hold off on that to a degree, because it's best for weapons. And to a lesser degree, like, armor. So it makes a degree of sense to hold off on that until I have more, like, legendaries. Yeah, I could upgrade the Minotaur plate. I've basically been wondering whether I should basically, like, treat this as something that I'm going to turn into a legendary later. And just invest deeply into it. It's a possibility. I might end up doing that. But honestly, I've invested enough resources into these legendaries that I have that I actually don't think I can necessarily justify investing into a future legendary that heavily. Because I might just get something better in 3 seconds. That doesn't require all that investment. Okay, so we've got this up to 134. And, whoops. So we're up to 6,200 without having re-equipped this. So we can get this up to some value. And apparently we're going to be able to get it pretty high. Okay, so we've done the most we can with these. So we would need to start investing the reds into them now, so we might as well do that. Odin gives 158 to elemental resists. That is definitely something to keep in mind. Yeah, see, this Ares is actually something that would pair really well with
No room.
the Thinger. Ares would be really crazy on Korgrik. If Korgrik had a resistance legendary, because you could just stick Ares on there. That's 200 fire resistance in a single slot, which is 200 fire resistance in every slot if you can keep your other slots high enough. So, something to bear in mind for later. What was I doing? I was looking for reds. So... slot. 107. Is 107 the max I can do right now? We'll find out here. Okay, that's the maximum I can do with this. I don't want to use the crafting sunstones for these because they're actually very rare. I don't have a lot of them. So we're going to equip this. We're at 7,300. So we've gone about 10% increase in our DPS. And we've got a pretty sizable increase in our max HP too. I think we had like 7,900 or something, and we're up to 8,518. That is a lot. This Severia is now kind of terrifying. We could upgrade this. We don't need to. It's not something that's worth investing in right now. So, if I can find an item that gives me this effect, like as a crafting item, that is going to be the craziest shit in existence, because I'm going to slap it immediately onto this ring, and it's going to just be nuts. It's going to make me so happy. I'm going to be so excited about being able to do some shenanigans with that. Unfortunately, not at the moment. That's not what we're doing right now. So, Pearl of Purity, crafting cube. This is not maxed out, I don't think, actually. I could upgrade that with a crafting cube. Do I want to? Actually, this is a legendary. It's a legendary that has a fairly weak legendary effect. Like, the effect itself is not great. But, ooh, this is a Doom Ring. We need to swap this over to this inventory. Take a look at the kind of bullshit that we've got equipped. Do you have any immunity gear that you don't need anymore? You don't, right? So, air resistance and int. Plus 27 all stats. Okay. I think we're golden. We don't need to re-roll these, but, and we have this, which is a legendary. We could re-roll the personality if we wanted, but I don't think we actually need to right now. I don't think we're going to pump it all the way. This requires level 98. The thing is that we don't have leather invested heavily on this character. So it doesn't give us that huge an upgrade to invest heavily into their armor. But Ascension Emeralds aren't that rare for me. I have how many? I have 3 here. I have another 3 here. I think I'm getting Ascension Emeralds fast enough that we can afford to do this. So, what are you now? Your Officer's Cloak, 38. Dragon Plate, so that's another +4. Because it's not even a huge upgrade to the AC, honestly. And now this is the top tier, but that actually it went from 42 to 52. So 52 armor class is actually not bad. That's pretty decent. And in fact, it might make sense if I were to re-roll the personality for almost any other stat. I think this is the highest tier, but we're gonna find out. This is the highest tier. So we can't upgrade this more. Do I want to re-roll the personality for something else and actually just give this to Korgrik? Because poor Korgrik is very undergeared right now. So it's tempting. It's very tempting to make that investment into bringing Korgrik up to par. The issue is that Korgrik is actually so good baseline that I don't know that it's necessary, and because of the fact that this is predominantly a durability gear, I don't actually know that it makes sense to throw it onto the character who has double the durability already. It would also benefit my regen a bit, I think, but I'm not sure if that's worth worrying about. So we have 2 legendary boots. We have these boots, which are pretty good. These boots are fairly mediocre. I thought that I had better boots, but these are pretty good, I guess. They're not like amazing, but they are pretty good. So how do we feel about our current position? We have 60,000 vitality on you, and we ended up, I think, increasing her DPS by a bit rather than dropping it, even though we shifted some of her gear to be more defensive in nature instead of offensive. So pretty solid. I think we've improved your durability and yours. I think we dropped Ash's durability a little bit, but massively improved DPS. Korgrik, I'm struggling to itemize. As you can kind of see, Korgrik kind of has received sort of the short end of the stick with regards to a lot of this stuff. We need a status effect immunity legendary. We could just copy this legendary if we wanted to. I don't think it's worth copying. But okay, so now we need to figure out where we're going next, because this feels like, end of the stream, bullshitting around with inventory. It's not. We're in the middle of the stream. It's 11 o'clock. We have so much time left. So we have an entire other area to do. I think, we could try Mire. I'm not going to do Mire. We are going to do Eel-Infested Waters. I am just going to basically wait until dawn and just go in there. Paradise done. Now the reason I should have called it Post Paradise. Why didn't I call it Post Paradise? But the reason that I want to do that is because I want to give Mire of the Damned my absolute damnedest. I want to be able to do that. Now, I could do Hermit's Isle first instead, but I really want to fight those Titans at a point where I'm at the most powerful that I'm going to be, just to see what kind of a difference there is when I've focused on actually optimizing my party. We've done a little bit of that by just actually utilizing what's in our inventory already a little bit better. But now I have a better idea of what my build is going to be, because up until now, I've really just been faffing around with my build. There's been really no coherence to anything that I've been doing. I've just been faffing around with basically every character. Every character has just been winging it. I haven't really had anything that was particularly well put together and well assembled. So Korgrik is still fairly poorly put together. I need to I need to improve what I'm doing with Korgrick by a considerable amount. But we're starting to come together with multiple other characters. We're starting to come together with an actual build for Silria. We have a few legendaries that we're using and sort of like getting these stats boosted up to a pretty good value. We've got the personality build, and we will hopefully be able to start getting some work done. Ash's build, a mess. This is a total mess. We don't have anything coherent going on with Ash, but we do have a very good legendary in Ash's offhand. Shariel is doing fine, honestly. Shariel's holding up pretty well because it's just a pure DPS legendary, artifact, and it seems to be scaling fairly well. And we've got a couple of legendaries on Ash that are able to keep Ash in a good position, right? Ash is lucky that we've had the increased melee damage legendary, which by default is going to go on to our melee DPS, which we only really have 2 people that are contributing meaningful amounts of damage right now, right? Like, Ash is doing a lot more damage than everybody else. Luckily, everybody's damage is still in the double digits, right? But we need to get everybody's DPS higher. And part of that is going to just be tied to getting a coherent legendary effect onto this Maul, probably, and upgrading it up a bit, and just getting a coherent set of stats onto Korgrick. We have a lot of room to boost Korgrick. If I've given any sort of impression that the reason that Korgrick is not able to deal DPS is because of like the class in any way, it's not. We have access to Grandmaster Mace, which is fine. We have Master Sword, which is as good as Grandmaster in terms of offense. In terms of offensive potential, Sword Master and Sword Grandmaster are the same. So offensive potential, solid, and we have Master Arms Master, which is a really, really good thing. So Korgrick right now, the thing that's holding them back is the fact that 933, 517, right? Like speed, 399, 349, but accuracy, 591, 46, right? Like 735, 469. There are a huge amount of deficits that we have just in base stats from the fact that our best gear is those legendaries. And because of the fact that Korgrick is tanky enough to survive with weaker gear, it hasn't been a priority to make Korgrick get better gear. I haven't been prioritizing that. And because I've been deprioritizing Korgrick because he's good, he's fine, right? He's getting weaker gear than the rest of the party. If I had an equivalent set of legendaries to what Severia has on Korgrick, he wouldn't be able to do the same amount of damage. He would not be doing as much damage as Severia is doing right now, but he would be doing a lot of damage. He would be doing a lot of damage. He'd be able to do all sorts of crazy shit. So as we start to get finalized gear setups for the other party members who are squishy, vulnerable, and who need, like, Severia has the lifesteal. It's very valuable for me to have Severia have both DPS and survivability because they merge together to create something new in a way that just doesn't happen for other characters. She needs to have both, which is why I'm investing so much into her. And these 2 characters are the people that keep the whole party alive. They really need... Anyway, so it's a whole thing where basically the reason that Korgrick is so weak is because he's so strong. As strange as that may seem, the reason Korgrick is as weak as he is because of the fact that he is immensely powerful and very useful without much investment at all. So, but that doesn't mean that investment isn't valuable and warranted. It's just that because of the fact that Again, it's fine. So we're gonna pop over to eel-infested waters. We're gonna see if we can pick up one more legendary while we're there. Hopefully we do. If not, also fine. But eel-infested waters will hopefully be useful to us.
It's closed.
So we are going to wait until dawn. Twice. Thrice. You know what? There's an inn right here. We're actually going to use it.
See you. Have a nice night. Please have a nice night.
Look at that. We're so good to our party. They got to sleep 3 nights. Oh, actually, I can't level, can I? No. I have 39 food. I don't know how I got it, actually. I've been picking up food from like random things for a billion years. Alright. So we're popping over here. And we are immediately under attack, which is an issue because we don't have any of our buffs. I probably should have cast Preservation, but that's fine. We're in the green. We are going to get our long duration buffs active. Where did I put it? Oh, it went back in my inventory. Okay. Okay. All set. So you need to equip. What is this? This isn't just a straight upgrade for you, is it? Alright. Let's see. What was I looking for? Right, your hat. Alright, we don't have enough mana to cast the thing right now. So I think I'm going to dive myself into here. We've got Day of Protection already. So if I just fly in here, I can actually block line of sight from most places. We should be able to handle this fairly easily, I think. Like this is all going to be fairly chill, I think. So we have so much mana. Casting this, we can now see where all the enemies are. I'm going to cast the next one. Then we still have enough. Corthole just hit for 26k. That's a big hit. Alright. Alright. So we basically should be able to walk through a good portion of the enemies that we're going to run into here. This area should be fairly low level, I think. Oh, no. Oh no. I don't think I can fly here natively. I don't think that this is an area where I can fly around. Let's find out. Nope, I can't fly. Oh god. I don't have unrestricted flying here. Oh man, those water things are going to be a pain in the ass. It looks like we don't need to do any meaningful thingers here. The enemies that we're dealing with around here should be fine. We can just levitate to these. I don't know how strong these are. It looks like the answer is not that strong, but still fairly dangerous. Like, there's risk of characters getting gibbed by the sea tears, it looks like. Look how low the damage is on Severia. That's so funny. Oh man, that's really good. Oh man. Severia has like 8k HP and takes no damage. Ooh. Oh, this is gonna be mean. Yeah, we've taken one step closer to getting our party in order, and we're definitely feeling it. I don't think that these would have been this easy. It's a swapper. We need to be facing it. We're in trouble. We're in deep shit right now. Oh, we're in melee with the swapper? That's a problem, actually, because the swapper does way more damage than everything else. We're fucked. Okay. So. We can't just mindlessly run into these and expect good things. The fact that it's a swapper was a problem. It was disrupting my attack patterns a fairly significant amount. I don't want to kill the swapper first, I don't think. Okay. Goal right now is to burn this swapper down before it obliterates me, but I don't know that I can, actually. So we're going to try to kill the other ones instead. It's paralyzed, so the fight might not be over. If we're taking too much damage from the others, it won't matter that we got the swapper. Okay. Okay, I think we should be golden now. Alright. Got some gauntlets. And I think we have some gauntlets that are fairly weak. Interesting. I'm gonna hold on to these for a while. So these are basically the same as this, but it's on gauntlets, which is potentially a better slot for it. I can purge off the spell points and regen component to replace with another thing that I prefer. And this can be the baseline for another piece of another resistance piece. That will be clutch. Shit. I wasn't fast enough on the draw with the item. I was with that one. Okay. I need to be prepared because they don't drop items. They don't drop a corpse basically, but they can drop reagents and they can drop crafting materials. Luckily, the item itself wasn't anything too crazy, but it would have been nice to have. Because we've now established that we have a bunch of gear that we should be pumping higher. I hope that we find another nice legendary piece. It'd be nice to find some legendary plate, but I don't think we're going to find some legendary plate. We might not find any legendary plate the entire run, which is a little bit unfortunate. I did not... It's so dark in here that I didn't see my wife walking by, so the door starts creaking ominously. And I'm like, wait, why is the door creaking so ominously? Like, that door, there's nobody in there. She just opened the door and gave me the peace sign. So, like, I'm like, I also can't see it opening because it's that dark. Like, I've got a bright light shining in my face right now, so I can't see the darkness behind. So, it was like, wait, what's happening? I'm like looking at the front door isn't opening. I'm looking at the door in front of me. It's not apparently opening. And then I look at the other door and I can't see anything there. That's total darkness over there. But it's like, I'd be able to see like the thing. Anyway, it was very funny because I'm like, why do I hear an ominous door opening? I can see all three doors and none of them are opening. The door is actually so loud, Kaz, that they could hear it on stream. Okay, this is a Venomous. Let's see how much damage it does. I'm gonna just let it start accumulating Venomous procs on people. And honestly, the Venom isn't that huge a deal right now for enemies this low level. Enemies this low level, I don't even really need to do too much healing. I need to do a little bit more. But I was mostly just dealing with the damage coming in from the actual enemy. Cool. So that's plus 20 magic resists temporary.
Let's leave it behind.
Shield.
Let's leave it behind.
Plus 53 elemental resistances, but it can't be upgraded. So I'm not going to worry about it. Like, I can't add additional effects to that. So probably not worth worrying about. We're going to go over here. We're going to start clearing this other island quick. Does it make sense for us to actually dive to the dungeon first? Probably not. I think we'll be able to save in the dungeon. I think there's a few places in the dungeon that we'll be able to save. So I'm not that concerned about it. But maybe I'm wrong. It's possible that I should be more concerned about it. I don't think so, though. It's not going to take that long for me to clear out here. I'm almost positive I'm going to be able to get to a save point in the dungeon before I have to deal with weakness proccing death. I would need to get 3 AM several times. I think I have to get it like at least 3 times, maybe 4. So I think we're fine. And we can also start taking a look at our new like damage proportion with our current setup. I'm curious to see if Ash has caught up a bit. Okay, so what are you? Exploding. So we really don't want that reaching us while we're fighting a bunch of other enemies. We'd like to dodge its attacks if possible, because it's going to hit for pretty hard. I say that. I am barely healing right now. Okay, there we go. Now the damage is starting to stack up. Oop. Oh, we got the exploder. I stopped healing. Let's see if we can bring ourselves back up. Wow. Wow. And wow. Okay. Yeah, you know, I feel like there's a slight difference in our relative power level here compared to fighting in Paradise Valley. Can't put my finger on it, but, you know, I feel like there's something different about this. What level are these enemies anyway? This is only 97. But yeah, sadly, we are going to be ending this way lower level than we would be if we optimized for leveling. And I do think that I might do a run where I focus on maximizing the amount of bolster effects that I get over the course of the run. I think that'll be fun.
It might be useful.
No room.
It's going to be very interesting to try to do a run where basically the bolster level for everything
No room.
always keeps like the relative like level of the enemies
There's no room.
I can't
as if I was level 1.
We don't need this.
Where it's like, okay, the enemies are bolstering up to functionally my level plus, you know, their base level. So I think that would be very fun. But it's interesting because you can kind of see that because of the rate at which we're killing enemies, these kinds of
This could be tough.
ooh, another exploding abomination. These kinds of enemies are sort of like better for getting gear than fighting stuff like dragons, because the drop rate is just not high enough on the dragons to really give us that much in terms of odds of getting really good stuff. It's potentially something for the developers to think about, is the fact that, like, while technically, yes, the best gear is probably going to come off of a dragon in terms of, like, the best possible gear would have to. I feel like in an average run, the best gear that you're going to get is probably going to come off of some, like, mid-tier boss that you just blow through very quickly later in the game. Just by virtue of the fact that, like, or earlier in the game for that matter.
No space.
Just by virtue of the fact that you can always level your gear up
Let's leave it behind.
to a higher tier. Like, you can upgrade the gear that you get, and what you're really looking for is just the opportunity to get something good to drop in the first place. And that requires getting very unusual drops. Most things that drop, you don't have any real purpose for, regardless of what level it is. Especially as you get into the late game. So weirdly, in the late game, it becomes even more critical than it is in the early game to be cycling through enemies very rapidly to get access to a degree, crafting materials, But honestly, more importantly than the crafting materials, outside of the ones that give you a legendary, is just getting more legendary effects in play that you can then use the crafting materials to optimize.
There's no room.
We don't need this.
Basically, what I'm saying is, dragons need to drop more loot. Dragons need to drop more. I think the dragons should always drop a thing. They're such rare enemies. There's so few of them in the game that they need to always drop something. Let's see. Because weirdly enough, I think we only got one legendary while we were there, right? And it was in a chest, I think. We also didn't find any... We did find one artifact. We found the Hands of the Master. Did we find another artifact while we were there? I don't think so. Okay. How long do we have on Levitate? Nice. Nailed it. Alright. So, we cleared out some of these. We're going to be able to clear out the others fairly easy, I think. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to fly in Hermit's Isle. Hermit's Isle doesn't have any flying enemies. So, I have a suspicion that we're not going to be able to even fly in Hermit's Isle. I'm actually very glad that we came here first. I'm really looking forward to clearing through this zone. We may or may not get enough experience to even justify leveling up. We may or may not. We'll find out. I'm hopeful that we'll find a couple of pieces of gear that will be really solid. And then we can transition into Mire of the Damned. And I'm really looking forward to Darkmoor. I'm looking forward to... I think that Darkmoor is just one of those dungeons where... I'm actually really happy that they added Cuisinarts to Darkmoor. Because Darkmoor is legendarily difficult, right? Like, it is a dungeon that is... If you're thinking about, like, hard dungeons in the series, it might not be everybody's top dungeon in terms of what they think of the difficulty, right? It might not be. But everyone, it's at pretty close to the top of everyone's list on their mind when they think about it, right? When they're thinking, oh my god! That was a Scouring Pearl. It just dropped into the ocean. We just lost a Scouring Pearl to the ocean. I can't believe we just lost a Scouring Pearl. Oof. Yeah, it's a difficult dungeon, but it's also like it's one of the few dungeons that I think has like a legitimately... There's a massive difference between it and like every other dungeon where it's very, very unique. There are other dungeons that have Dispel, but there's no other dungeon, to my knowledge, that has the combination of Dispel, enormous areas with just massive quantities of enemies in them, and basically walls that are permeable enough that they can just, like, dispel through the walls, right? Like, Darkmoor is not just hard, it's unique. Sorry, not even just unique, it's uniquely hard, in the sense that nowhere else do you have to deal with like all of your debuffs, or sorry, all of your buffs just disappear, right? All your buffs gone at like at any given moment, your buffs are gone. Okay, we have anyway. So it's such an interesting dungeon in that regard, and adding the Cuisinarts to it instead of the mid-tier enemies makes it so that as a dungeon, it really does feel like, oh, well, this is probably how it was originally intended to be, and then it was just way too hard. Because the Cuisinarts fit in perfectly, because like there's ostensibly people in that armor, but it honestly just kind of feels like these terrifying, animated armor, right? Cuisinarts fit the zone aesthetically extremely well, and they add the punch that the zone doesn't really have by default, because the Beholders are very dangerous because of the Dispel, but the Dispel is the danger. And then the Liches are moderately dangerous, right? But like energy damage off of a Lich, that ignores your resistance anyway, right? The Power Liches don't benefit that much from the fact that the lower tier Liches dispel. There's very little benefit to the Power Lich outside of blowing up your offensive buffs. Your defensive buffs don't matter against the Power Lich. So the dispel effect is very strong, and it adds like an interesting layer to the combat in the zone. But it doesn't have the really scary punch that you get by combining an enemy that's dispelling you with an enemy that really can exploit it, right? And I think that a Cuisinart is pretty close to the most terrifying thing in the game in terms of like stuff that you're gonna have to like fight. And having Cuisinarts in here is really great. In addition to the fact that like preservation didn't exist in the original game, right? It now exists, which adds something else that the dispel's removing. And who better to deal with a party that has been softened up by the preservation going away than a Cuisinart? I ask you this. Who better? Anyway, I love it. I think it's a great aesthetic choice. And from a game design perspective, I also just really like it as like, if I was going to make Darkmoor more difficult, I really can't think of anything better than what if the ogres that kind of aesthetically fit the zone, but not very well, were replaced by a Cuisinart that matches the tone better and are so much more dangerous and pair well with the dispelling that the other things have. I don't know. I just really appreciate it. Now, obviously, the Cuisinarts don't benefit from the resistance drop. That's not a component of it that they benefit from. But because they're melees, they're just going to chase you down, right? So, like, with things like Liches, like, I think that there's a significant difference in terms of how important haste is, for instance, against a Cuisinart, and how important haste is against the Power Lich. I think that there's a big difference. The fact that you can just put a Power Lich behind a wall and it stops being scary. There's nothing that you can do to a Cuisinart that makes it stop being scary, except maybe get it behind certain types of doorways where they just can't move. Right? There's not a lot of those kinds of spaces that are good enough to deal with a melee enemy in Darkmoor. Darkmoor has places that are really good for ranged enemies. You can get a lot of ranged enemies dealt with really effectively. Those Cuisinarts, though, there's not a lot you can do to... anyway, really solid. I love it. I'm excited. It's part of the reason that I'm like, I could probably get through here, but at the same time, like, I really want to dig my teeth into this zone and get everything that is available to me from it, right? and that's part of why I didn't want to do it when I did it when I was doing it before. I want to fight in there and have things. I want my party to be in a position where I can challenge those Cuisinarts and try to make it all work. I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, I should be able, if I notice, if I know that something's gonna die, I should be able to hit the spacebar fast enough to pick up the item. I just need to, like, I'm even doing it on these, and I'm pretty sure that there's a little bit less time with these. I'm not going after those yet. I'm going to go after these instead. I don't want to aggro that entire group of Agar's abominations. Oop. Instead, I'm going to aggro this entire group of sea monsters over here. Okay. Okay. Which turns out to be mostly fine as long as I... Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing how dangerous this dungeon is. Because I seem to recall the Magyar being fairly dangerous around here on the Might and Magic 6 version of this mod. I seem to recall this dungeon being a bit more dangerous than it was in the original. I could be wrong, but I believe that was the case. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well it holds up. Now, we are going very late to this place. This is a place that we're going super late because it's technically a late game zone, so it makes sense to come here late. But at the same time, like, I usually come here early because of the fact that you can get Master Light Magic here, so I tend to come here fairly early. But I didn't need to do that this run because we got that done in Might and Magic 8. I'm going to ignore that one for now. Actually, no, I am going to... Oops. Just, let's cast a quick fly. Alright. So... what type are you? You are a summoner. 1 second. There were offers of food made, but I already ate, so I don't have food. So, we are good to go. So, can we finish this zone in time? I don't know if we can or not. I should have been casting Fly in between packs, rather than walking everywhere. I was just enjoying, like, hanging out, enjoying the sea breeze, plowing through swarms of sea terrors. And Okay. There's quite a few of these. Quite a few. Do I want to clear all of them? I might end up just clearing my way to the town and coming back to it after I clear the dungeon. Just because I'm getting antsy. And I don't think we have the opportunity to clear the exterior and the dungeon. But clearing the exterior isn't going to get us close to end time. So we're going to be doing some of the dungeon either way. I'd like to get more of the dungeon done rather than more of the exterior done, I think. I think that makes sense. I didn't realize that it was getting so late. I felt like when we finished our item stuff, it was still fairly early, but I've been kind of dicking around being slow today, so there is that. Yeah, no, I think I will just dive all of these because they're already pretty well split. So all the stuff that's on this side, I can basically just dive it all immediately. I don't need to wait for it to split because it's already been split by all the shenanigans I've been doing around here. So with it being split already, I don't need to spend as much time. So rather than spend more time on tomorrow's stream, I'll spend less time on this stream. Set.
He's toast.
Okay. Set. And we have you.
Ow!
Alright. So that's done. That's done. And I think that's the majority of the stuff south of here done. Do we want to take out the Agar's things? I don't think so. We've now killed all the things that we've already got, like, pre-split. So the stuff that we have a very strong vested interest in doing right this moment. And we can now continue onward. We only have enough EXP for one level. We're really, I think, not going to get very much experience until we start... I don't know how difficult these are going to be. We do have a Magyar Matron in this pack that's venomous. So we can see what level they are. They're 133. They deal a lot of physical damage. Physical damage is the weakness for my my Death Knight. Okay. The venomous one has not been hitting us. And it hit us, so we're dead. Okay, good to know. So these packs of Magyar are going to be quite dangerous. They're quite deadly. We need to split them. So good to know. And we do want to clear all of these. That is the entire room, and I'm in a bad position for it. So I think I'm probably just boned here, but I could be wrong. Almost certainly boned.
Shall I kill me?
You know, Severia stayed up a long time there. That was interesting.
This doesn't look too dangerous.
Severia is very tanky now. I'm going to stand right here. I'm not actually going to move. And that's going to get me all of these aggroed, but not all of them are in range to hit me. Maybe they are all in range to hit me, actually. Never mind. We might need a different type of room
What lies ahead?
before we can open these doors. So, can I open you from further over this way? It looks like from here they are all aggroing, but they are not all able to hit me from here. So this is a spot that's more safe than where I just was, but they are getting aggro on me. They're able to hit me before I can hit them, which is a problem. If I'm standing here, they're leaking to me.
Victory is ours.
Recasting preservation was actually done on the unsaved file. Alright. Okay, I think we're chill here. Okay.
No room. That's
Terrifying. I need to recast preservation soon. I don't think that it's about to wear off, but I need to recast it soon anyway, just because... we have a lot of them on us right now, and we're splitting our damage for some reason?
I can't carry anymore.
I think they were taken out by low levels, so we should be fine here. Okay. Can't save. Yeah, I think the next time that we play this, I'm gonna do it with the pathing off, the new pathing. We do not. You know what? I thought that my preservation was low, but not out, and it was out. It was fully gone.
what lies ahead.
Okay. Do I want to do something different for this? Who the fuck? Oh.
That's no good.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to clear this section. Oh shit. Why did I think that that was on a different level? I'm going to die. That's venomous. We're dead. Alright. We need to be more careful. So, I need to think about where I want to approach. Going east doesn't make any sense. Because if we go east, there is some enemies that are in a little region that we can't get access to anyway. So it doesn't make any sense to go east. I'm going to try opening this door. I'm not going to open the door south of me yet. I don't know for sure if I'm going to need to or not in order to accomplish my current objective. My current objective is to get the northwest corner safe enough to save. So we're going to see if that's feasible here. Okay. I believe I recast preservation before coming down here, right?
It might be useful.
That's interesting. If you right-click on yourself, you can see what it is before you, before you identify it. Because it said Longsword of Vigor cannot be used that way, but I hadn't identified it yet. So I didn't know what kind of longsword it would be, so it should have just said longsword. Does that matter? No, not really. But an interesting quirk, nonetheless. I'm wondering if I can pull some, but not all of these. It doesn't matter that much, probably, because if I'm in this corner here, I should be able to take them out without them being able to hit me. They are ranged attackers, after all. That one can hit me from there. We have a nicer... There we go. What a cool dungeon. Yeah, the amount of information it gives is fairly minor. Because it also doesn't tell you, like, how strong the effect is. And it doesn't even tell you the item quality, I don't think. Because I don't think that a legendary item has legendary in the name. Oh, it does. Never mind. Never mind.
Victory is ours.
So you could, at the very least, identify which items are legendary using that. So that's some information that's pretty useful. So this is a bunch of ranged enemies, so I don't imagine that we're going to have too much difficulty here. We should be able to just keep them behind walls, and unless this thing walks right up to us. Oh, the other thing that I didn't do, I didn't check how much DPS everybody was doing in the exterior. Single air element is fairly weak. There's going to be a bunch more enemies in this room. We haven't spent a huge portion of our time healing right now. We've spent a fairly small portion of it. So we should be able to get a good idea in here as well as to how our DPS is holding up between characters. As long as everything in here is ranged... Oh, that's a leecher. There's a leecher that's on us, but not in range to hit right now. Ooh, this is a concern. Can we hit it? We can. We can hit it from here. Can it hit us from here? I don't think so. If we can burn through the Warlock, we should be okay. And we should be able to burn through this fast. We're going to 40k. Let's go. Gone. Alright. So all these should be targetable. There's one behind us that's going to be beating on us, and that's fine. Don't know why that wasn't hitting us from where it was, but whatever. Having some difficulty with this particular corner. Okay, we got a two-handed axe, we got a helmet. Dragon Hold Sky. Not super critical. Crafting Sunstone.
Now here's something.
Undead Slaying Axe. We did in fact aggro everything in here, so that's great. We have aggroed everything in the next room, and they have Magyar. Concerning. We should be okay here. That was very funny. Let's see. Is that the, thingamabobber? Shouldn't that already be on one? Fixed chest is the thing that makes it so that the chests only have enough... It only have as much space as they have, right? I thought that defaulted to on. What is hitting me? Oh, you are in here. Huh. Unusual. Okay. This is a dungeon that's going to take a long time. Shit, I aggroed the rest of them. I might lose right here. We're going to lose right here. We're going to try to get out of here. I'm going to try to just... Table? Table? Oh, your thorns! Why are your thorns? I'm getting on the other side of this table. It's like, of all the things you could be, why are you thorns? I cannot believe we survived that. I was sure we were dead. Let's see. Okay. I need to get this into a better position than it is right now if I'm gonna fight it. I'm just gonna, oh shit! Unfortunately, because the Magyar have ranged attacks, there's no real comfy way for me to fight you. Okay, there's the matron. Oh shit! There are so many more enemies here than I thought. Okay, look, everything's fine. Wait, isn't reopening a chest to get the other loot in it the default behavior? I'm fairly sure that that's the default behavior. I thought that the fix made it so that the chests didn't have more loot than they could hold, so that you would never have to do that. Oh man. They do have the ability to hit me from there with their range.
This could be tough.
I'm gonna die. Almost certainly. There's no shot I'm getting through this, right? Wait. Nope. I'm fucked. Why am I hitting this?
Could be worse.
I'm dead. Oh my god. I can't believe I ran into thorns. It was the only thing that I wouldn't be able to deal with by just using that specific location. Oh my god. Okay. There's so many Magyar in these rooms. I need to find a room that I can deal with a Thorns Magyar in. Let's see. Let's see. What I meant is that I thought that the fix that Greyface did, I thought that the chest fix changed the loot spawns in chests so that there wouldn't be more loot than existed within the chest. I'm probably wrong though, and I'm just thinking I've played with Greyface for so long, but I thought that the vanilla behavior was that there was too much loot in chests, and you could multi-loot after you had looted some of the stuff to show the rest of the chest loot. But I could be wrong. It's just been such a long time since, that's been expected for me for such a long time. I don't know. Oh, well, I played 7 a lot as a kid. So that would explain it. If it's something that was default to 7 but not to 6, then that would be my expectation. Because my expectations are built off of 7, because that was the one that I played the most. We have a shit ton of Magyar down in that room. Oh, there's no door here. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, so But the thing is that for my purposes, I had thought that the fix was a different thing than it actually is. So the thing is that the fact that the fix is defaulting to off now explains a lot. Because I haven't been able to multi-loot a chest on this run. So that implies to me that something changed, and I thought that it had just the chest fix was a new thing or something like that, or it was now defaulting to off and it wasn't before, or something had changed. But the key is that the actual chest fix is. Is that my phone? I don't think that's my phone. It's not. No, it was. It's now blinking. Yeah, that explains a lot. Yeah, I'll turn that back on. Because the chest problem also makes it so that you can't get the artifacts that spawn outside the chest, right? So, there's the potential that some of the it's actually almost certain that some of the artifacts will just be unavailable this run, and I won't even know what they are. So, yeah, I will turn that on. Thank you for correcting the misinfo that I had in my head, because I very much had the wrong idea about what the chest fix was. I'm the kind of person where, like, if something changes and it inconveniences me, I have a tendency to not worry about it, because inconveniencing myself is kind of my whole deal. So, like, I don't really care that much if if a patch is done and that patch makes things harder, I just kind of shrug and move on with my life. I don't think about it like, oh, okay, I should fix this. You know, like a normal person's reaction to having things not work correctly, right? I'm just like, oh, okay, well, they changed this in a way that makes it harder for me. Well, that's too bad. Well, I'm not going to worry about it then. And it's like, well, no, you should worry about it, because sometimes it's a bigger deal than you think that it is. Preservation has 10 hours left on it. How long do we have on haste? We have almost 9 hours, which is basically nothing. Do we have the right hat equipped? We actually do. Shocking. We have so many Maggar in that room. I am hopeful. I am hopeful that that section down there is going to get the job done. But while I am hopeful about it, I'm really not necessarily expecting it. I'm very concerned that until I clear that, this won't be far enough away. It feels pretty far away from that section, and there is more over here, so I wouldn't be able to save right now anyway, almost certainly. But I'm, fingers crossed. We need to hope for the best. There's also the underground areas. Oh, very nice. That's an amazing affix to find. And it's also really nice just to find it on plate armor, because it's going to be able to... You can upgrade the stats so high, because it's a chest piece. Really solid. Nice find. I don't think I haven't found that, have I? I've only found the 10% reduction. I haven't found the one that reduces damage from having more enemies nearby. I found the one that increases my damage for each enemy nearby. Okay. Ooh, I just aggroed a whole other pack. Luckily, I'm able to fight some of them before they do anything. We're all set here. 9 hours left on preservation. Regular matrons hit for a decent bit of damage.
We don't need this.
Alright, so we can burn through all these. It's actually really wild to be in a position where I'm able to actually, like, comfortably plow through the enemies. Like, just... And by position, I do mean position. The enemies are not weak. It's that I'm in a dungeon again, and it's been so long since I've been in a dungeon that would allow me to do this kind of shit that I'm doing right now. I'm actually going to dive you. I say not... Oh, God! I thought I was at the one before that! Oh, shit! I probably just killed myself. I just aggroed so many enemies. I just aggroed so many enemies. Doing damage to warlocks does not help me, so... Okay, we got another mag air down. So many trying to hit me right now. Concerning. It's the matron. Need to burn it down. Are you still here? No. Oh, I thought that I heard it die, but I wasn't sure. Because it could have been one of the other ones that I didn't have eyes on. Okay. We might be able to make this work. We're slowly but surely making progress. Every matron that we kill is one less matron in the pack. That's how math works. Oh, shit. Okay, we're fine. Put itself in the position. Whoa! Increases your resistances by 50% up to your highest resist. We cannot save. We cannot save. Okay.
No room for sorry.
I cannot emphasize this sufficiently. We cannot save the game. Okay. So, a bunch of speed, plus 37 to all resists, both great effects, and plus 50% to all resists to up to the highest resist. I think we're going to slap this on you. I believe this is the play. You have 76% in all of your resists. You need to have an item that boosts your fire resistance preferably. This is particularly good for me right now. We'll swap this out. We have a boost to our elemental resists. You know what I can do? My highest resist right now is fire. Unfortunately, my lowest resistance is body at 402. So if I give myself a thing that gives me a bunch of elemental resistance, specifically, then because I already have something with a bunch of elemental resistance, it's not going to be as valuable. So what I want right now is where's my... I can't dig around in my inventory too much because I need to be able to save to dig around in my inventory a bunch. Because there are crash bugs tied to digging around in my inventory. When did I get a legendary cloak? When did I get this? Holy shit. Okay, so who doesn't have that effect already? I think you already have it, right? Okay, you already have it. I'm not even going to look at you. Endurance and speed.
Won't fit.
No space.
I have no idea when I found this thing. Like, oh, this is too big. Oh, this takes up 4 slots. I could put it on you, but you already have a cape.
I have too much.
What's yours? This is the Arms Master gear that I have. This is actually a very solid piece that I'm not sure I want to replace with this if I can avoid it. I'd like to replace this, potentially.
There's no room.
So... let's see. This is a very solid upgrade. So we equip this. We have that now, which I think is not as good as the thing that we have there. But do we have... oh, wait. This is an effect. Does this... can we stack this effect with the effect that we already have built in? They are 2 separate effects. Wait! Oh, the personality doesn't matter. This is still a huge upgrade. We're equipping Zeus.
No room.
Honestly, this is such a huge durability upgrade that it might make sense to just equip it.
Won't fit.
I'm just going to equip this for now. Just because of the durability more than anything else. Okay, so we have Zeus on you. Okay. Okay, yes. I think that this is a viable layout for now. I'm gonna run down here. Did I check everything over there already? Oh, we got 2 legendaries and we saved! We have saved the game. And our vitality on Quartal is massively higher now. We went from I think 16k to 20k. Huge difference. Actually, like that's a huge deal. So, and we have the ability to optimize Cortal in ways that we just couldn't do before. So, yes, we did clear out this room. So we now have the ability to save, and we aggroed some, but probably not all of the enemies in this chamber. And we haven't gotten that much stronger to the enemies that we're fighting in here. The enemies we're fighting in here are still, because of the fact that they're dealing, like, the most dangerous damage is still the physical damage. It doesn't help us as much as we'd like to have gotten that done, but it's still good. So I can't believe we just found another one of those. So we now have 2 of these, both of which, like, and this is so good, actually. Like, this right on the 10 is 140 speed plus 37 to all resists, which pairs with the boosted resists. Like, is it technically more optimal for it to have, like, 2 of, like, a resist? Probably, right? Like, it would probably be more optimal for it to be a fully self-contained item. Sure, like, it would be. But, like, that is such a good item. Like, that I would never... You know, I have 0 complaints about it. But the other question is, do I want to... What was the item that I got before? We had a thing that was a dual resist item, right? We had a thing that gave me dual resists, and I thought it was a ring. Was it gauntlets, maybe, actually? It might have been gauntlets. Is it this? It's this. So, mind is not the weak link that I have right now. So, if I were to equip that, my body would still be the weakest link.
Sorry.
So my body wouldn't go up that much, but this is plus 6% to all resistances, so this is reducing damage by almost like 20%, which is huge. Now, this does have HB on it, so it makes a degree of sense for me to scour the... Do I want to do that right now? Because we're not going to finish this dungeon before we end stream. Well, we're not going to finish it before 1. I'm gonna check actually with my wife. We might go a little late. We'll determine that based off of a few factors. But because we could potentially just go until we finish this dungeon. That's the thing that we could potentially do. But I would prefer to not do that probably. But if I were to scour the spell points effect off of this, I could potentially replace it with something really good. But I don't think I actually want to do that. And in fact, I think for right now, I'm actually going to equip this instead. We're going to hold off on making this swap because I think that that swap is something that I want to make when I have the items to fully exploit it. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. Yeah, those are all ranged. But importantly, they are racing straight to me, ain't they? Mm-hmm. They sure is. They sure is. So this is probably just gonna kill me. But I did just save, so there was that. I forgot that I had access to the staircase. There's no, like, door between me and the staircase. So I just completely forgot that... Okay, we're gonna use this corner. Okay. Alright. Hopefully, I should not be taking my hands off the keyboard right now. In theory, I'll have time to put my hand there, but as I'm speaking about how I shouldn't have taken off the keyboard, and how I might, in theory, be able to recover from it anyway. Just wagging my hand around anyway. Look, disciplined I am not. Oh, right, I had inventories. Oh, shit! That's a boss. It's Thorns! If I run past it to get to a better position, then I'm gonna be in trouble. I can't kill this without running past it, which means I'm probably boned. Okay, we need to get to... This is a good table. I like this table. Wait, is there a venomous one too? There's a venomous one too? Where are you? Venomous one's here. I am completely boned. There's no shot. I can't get out? Oh. So sad. Well, I mean... You know, it could be worse. This is for your solo, right? Your solo melee? I guess it could be it could be a Lich's hammer. That would be worse, in theory. It would probably feel better. Because it would feel less wasteful. I don't know that the tier matters that much, considering that you can upgrade them with the Ascension Emeralds and you're going to have a billion of them.
Someone heal me.
But it is certainly insult to injury. I've found a lot of really cool liches things where, like, oh wow, this would be really crazy if it was remotely useful for me to have this effect. Like a lot of primordial liches stuff where it's like, oh, this is like crazy DPS. I wish that I could use this reasonably. But okay, so what am I doing? I think I'm going to keep trying to clear this room. Okay. And these are far enough over here now that I should be able to appropriately identify when I've actually aggroed the next packs. This is how I should have done this before, and I just didn't because I'm a dope. But yeah, we do know that we have some really dangerous packs of Magyar to deal with later. We have a pack that has 2 bosses in it, 1 Venomous and 1 Thorns. So, though the fact that it has 2 bosses in it is honestly not that relevant, I think the Thorns boss on its own requires such specialized handling that the fact that there's another boss in the pack doesn't meaningfully change the math. Like, I guess it changes it a little, because I think that those... I think there's a way with those tables to get the enemy locked in a position where it can't actually hit us. I think at the corners of the tables, the enemies actually cannot do anything. I think they are actually just stuck and can't hurt me. So, if that's the case, then I can make use of that. Also, Yoruba, do you do anything special? This does give 261 endurance. So, hypothetically... Oh, right, did I swap? I had swapped to this. How does Yoruba look for you? Plus 33% vitality? I'm equipping
There's
this.
no room.
I can't carry
There's no room.
Because most of my characters are no longer susceptible to most of those conditions. And this will mean that we have yet another person who can ignore those outright. Let's see. Is this the one I wanted to pick up? Yes. However, can't fit into that slot. This gives mind resist.
No room.
You know what? I'm not even going to bother grabbing that other thing. So, what am I doing? Right. So we've given you Yoruba. This gives you immunity to disease, insanity, stone, sleep, poison, paralysis. Sleep and unconsciousness immunity. Unfortunately, I don't think this gives me immunity to unconsciousness. So it doesn't matter that I picked this up. I still need the sleep and consciousness immunity item equipped. We have this. We have this. I don't have that many immunity items equipped on, actually. I feel like sleep and unconsciousness is like the only thing that I have protection from. Do you even get protection from instant death from this? You do not. So that's really unfortunate, but that's okay. We're now up to 45k. With that equipped, and 7,200 DPS. I do appreciate... I think that it's kind of funny how good the plate armor is. Like, the plate armor artifacts and relics all seem really solid. Like, they have good enough stats to justify using. And I just cannot say the same for most artifacts, right? Like, it's just kind of interesting that, like, the one thing is plate armor, because if you invest heavily in the plate skill, you're getting a ton of resist and a ton of AC, so it just has so much durability without needing to invest a shit ton of items into making them better. Like you would need to if you were trying to keep plate up to date. Yeah, I don't even have that one. But that if it has good AC on it, like that would be like really crazy as an item. I should go save, right? I'm not going to, but we should. Let's see, what time is it? 18 minutes left. We can clear this whole dungeon in 18 minutes, right? No problem.
We got it.
I'm actually wondering whether I should remove Power Cure from my bar. So that's a Reflecting Magyar Matron. Okay, we need to get the fuck out of here because we were getting hit so hard that we couldn't revive. Okay, it's getting low. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this down. It depends on if... There we go! Korgrick with the kill! It'd be so funny if we died to the little ones after having just brute force down the big one. Oh man, I'm looking forward to seeing a boss Cuisinart. See, that's the other thing. I'd kind of forgotten about bosses entirely when I was talking about how I wanted to do that dungeon and be able to like really pit my power against the power of the dungeon at like its optimal state, and not like not have to like do the shenanigans I was gonna have to do before. But I want to fight a Cuisinart just face to face, a Cuisinart boss, and just like melee kite it as best as I can, and just see how it goes. Where the hell are you? You're moving so fast. Okay, we got this one. I'm gonna actually save after having killed this, just because these things are kind of a pain to deal with. Okay, so... this is exciting. And yeah, after we finish this, I think we're doing Mire. Because we have to do Mire before we do Kriegsfire. And it's tempting to do Hermit's Isle. Oh shit, I forgot the doors aren't closed here! How many times am I going to just flat out forget that the doors are not shut here and just get myself murked? It's gonna be... probably, you know what, honestly, it can only happen one more time. There's only one more door that this can happen with, so... Though I guess I could do it with the same door multiple times. That is a thing that I could do. So, we'll see. Probably only one more time. Maybe more. But yeah, luckily the walls here are very solid, very defensible. Because if we couldn't, like, seethe off some of these Magyar with the walls, we'd have to drag every single one of these to a room with a table. And basically just hope that the table is sufficient to mitigate enough damage. Because, wait, did I not... I didn't recast haste. I thought that I cast it because I was thinking about it. And then I was looking in my inventory and I got distracted by something else instead of putting the hat on. And then I cast Cure Weakness on the 2 targets who are casting Cure Weakness instead of the targets who are going to be hitting enemies. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. So we need our hat. Okay, I was thinking about it and I got distracted by shiny objects. You know what? Let's go save. You know, just maybe, we should save the game instead of trying to continue here. Just a wee thought. Okay, we got the other enemies, but that was something that I was aware of and thinking about. That does not count, to be clear. I'd love for it to count, but it does not count. I was thinking about it and was aware that I was potentially going to pull something there, which is why I responded fairly rapidly to it happening. So... okay, it might happen again. Doesn't look like it did. Okay, we have a deck of fate here.
No room. Won't fit. Won't fit.
Oh, do I not have enough? I don't have enough. I have too many items in the inventory. Okay. Alright. Save it up. Alright, now we have one more hallway to deal with here. And we have... I think it's twisters. It's a lot of twisters. You know, I'm underestimating how many are in this pack attacking me right now. It's quite a few of them. It's like, don't hit the twister. The twister isn't hurting you. It's like the twister is practically like an innocent bystander at this point.
Victory is up.
It occurs to me that I actually have no idea who lives here. Like, Castle Alamos is some sort of military stronghold of some sort. I have no idea what faction they're involved with. Like, who are these people and why are they here? Like, there's warlocks involved. We know that much, right? Because I think there's a named warlock in here, right? Is there not? There might not be. We have air elementals. We have Magyar. And then we have warlocks. I don't think this is gonna work. Just not. I have Wizard Eye, but we'll manually cast it again. How are we doing? Torchlight. That's the thing. Oh, look at that! This dungeon looks so much nicer when it's all lit up and stuff. We're making pretty good progress through here. We've cleared out the majority of this section. We have another pack down here. And these, I think, are going to be pretty easy. I think all the warlocks in here are going to be pretty trivial to deal with, because they're not that strong, and they can broadly be mitigated just by using a wall in a trivial way. Whereas the Magyar can also be mitigated somewhat with the walls, but you're really just limiting the DPS by using the walls. You're not, like, negating it entirely. Whereas with the warlocks, you can just sort of, like, pin them in a corner, easy to do, all over in the corner, and, you know, too bad for them. Ooh, that is solid set of hits. When the got throughs down, I don't care if I get hit a little bit by these, but I need to be a little careful at the very least. Now, we've aggroed these, and they do technically have the ability to get to me, so I do have to be a bit concerned about that. Are there more enemies in this room? Does not look like it. However, we do have someone cursed. Do we not have Day of Protection? No, or Protection for Magic, rather. We do still have Protection for Magic, so I'm not sure how it got cursed. Death and Eradication Immunity, Body Resistance, and Might.
No room.
That
Room.
is not a bad combo.
No room.
There's no room.
So,
We could sell it.
let's take a look at our stuff that we picked up. That is 71 AC and of Doom. Not bad. It is unfortunately a boot, which means that it's of less utility. We don't have a lot of characters that can use boots at this point. But
I have
this
too much.
might be more valuable than what you've got. We can't afford to lose even more DPS on this character. Okay. Next on our agenda was right. We were looking at something for you, right? Was it a ring or something? I think it was a ring. Oh, Well, that makes sense. That's a pretty coherent explanation. I think... I want the death and eradication immunity. But at what cost? I'm willing to sacrifice. How do I only have?
No room.
I can't carry anymore.
How is my highest arms master item 5? How on earth do I not have better arms master gear? I'm so far into the game. Am I seriously using a 5 arms master item right now? I am literally... I have gone through 2 games. I think the maximum I would normally be expecting to be able to make is a plus 13 with enchant item. Though I would also be expecting to use like a artifact on top of that. So I think I would be typically expecting like maybe a plus 18 arms master, something along those lines.
There's no room.
And so it's very funny to think that I have a plus 5 and a plus 8 as the best arms master gear that I have right now, which is just low. I'm like level 150 or whatever, and I'm just using garbage arms master gear. So funny. Oh, did you manage to find me? Okay, these enemies have managed to track me down. They followed me through the whole thing. That's great. That means we can clear these out.
I'm not dead yet.
Maybe. Unless they clear us out. Unless they clear us out. I think we're fine.
Someone.
Heal me.
Why am I bad? Okay.
Heal me.
Alright, we're fine. Fine might be a strong word to use, but... fine. We're 100% chill. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. It is also kind of interesting to think of just like the world. Imagine being in a world state where we have this weird ancient like arcanotech that we fully just don't understand. Where like nobody on Earth has any idea how this shit works, and it's not even close, right? Where it's like, it's not like, we can't figure out the specific details of how they smithed this very specific thing, but also we don't really have a strong need to understand it because like it's not like it's better than anything else or anything like that. It's just kind of like, oh, this is like a quirky combination of things, right? Like Damascus steel is like a very weird way to make steel, kind of cool or whatever, but like, and I think for a while it was not understood how it was made. I think we understand how to make it now. And stuff like that. Or like, oh, this is a thing that was made using a type of tree, like a type of lumber that doesn't exist anymore because the tree went extinct, right? Like the tree went extinct, and so we don't have a material with the same properties to really replicate this particular thing that's very particular about the properties of the material that you're making it out of, right? We do have some stuff like that, but like we don't have anything where it's like, oh yes, this is some, weird magic orb that is presumably storing information in it. We can figure that much out, right? But it's made out of some like indestructible material, and we have no idea how to get access to what's in it. Like, we just don't understand this thing that we've got, and it was left behind by somebody, and we have no idea who, right? Like, we don't have anything like that. How cool would it be? It would apparently be cool enough that people, like, are willing to just kind of, like, fake living in that universe where we have a bunch of unanswered questions about our world. Like, the whole, like, cryptid thing is basically tied into the desire for the world to be less understood than it is. Ooh, might, int, and personality. That's interesting. That's a pretty cool effect. It's not useful to me since I have better helmets, I think, but I certainly have one character who has a better helm. The beautiful Scholar's Cap, plus 39 learning skill. Okay, it is 102, so we're not going to make meaningful progress here for at least 10 minutes. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go AFK for just a second, and we might come back and do an extra 30 minutes, maybe even an hour, maybe we're feeling fancy. We'll see, depending. So we'll be right back, and then we'll check back in with whether we're going to continue or whether we're going to end here. We have confirmation that we're continuing. So we're going to keep going. We have about an hour to finish the dungeon, and I think that we can probably do it now. I think we got this. So we're going to 2, and we're going to try to clear out the whole dungeon in that time. Should I go here first and just start clearing these out? You know, I was about to say no, I don't really want to, and then I accidentally pulled them all, so... Let's see how hard it is if I just walk out into them. These are very non-threatening now. Actually, we're really getting there. The Magyar, I think, are mostly as dangerous as they are because they do physical damage purely. Not purely. They also have non-physical damage. But the thing that I'm threatened by is their physical damage, not their other types of damage. So... these are doing energy damage, which you'd think would probably be more dangerous than physical damage, but I don't think energy damage is really more dangerous than physical right now. I can probably just dive out now. And if we can clear out the enemies over here, then we can get another save point, basically. And then we don't have to run around as much in order to preserve our progress. And that'll be very beneficial for us. So we don't need to go through there. I'm just going to aggro a bunch of stuff. This is only like 3 enemies that we pulled. There are more in the corner there. But they are probably just going to approach me. So I don't really need to worry about them too much until they get closer. And they're actually acting kind of strange right now. So they might be a bit more dangerous, but I think should be able to clear through this without too many issues. And this is a big pack. I shouldn't really be diving straight into this like this, especially not without healing our healers as they get low. But you know me. I like to live dangerously. Okay, all set. Oh, is someone behind me? Hello. I think, yes, from now we can just go here. Get them to... I guess I don't even need to, I can just dive them. Alright, we have a couple of flyers in that room. The reason they haven't come out is because the ceiling is too tall, and we're currently above them in elevation, so they're ascending upward toward us. Okay. How am I getting cursed? Does protection from magic not protect you from curse? What is happening? Protection from magic, protection from curse. Apparently not. That is an unfortunate oversight. You know, whoever...
Yes.
Immunity to all status effects. Speaking of which, and this is of the dragon. So, this is not quite what we were hoping for Cordric. We were hoping for one that would give us of darkness. But this is a legendary mace with immunity to all status effects. It has a solid enchant on it. Fire damage and might is very good. We can get of darkness on our offhand, so we don't need to worry about that. And this character really does need DPS more than they need lifesteal. They already have regen. So what we're going to do is murder this warlock. I have a letter to Garrick. Okay, so Archibald wanted to learn about the crystal. You know, I'm not gonna lie. He has a point. You know, he wasn't incorrect. It is, in fact, very important that we have the information that the Oracle was intending to deny him. So, you know, a rare W for our dear friend Archibald. Okay, so are we going to do this now? Yeah, let's do this now before I forget about it in next stream. So we have our Ascension Emeralds. We will... This is actually too large now to fit in that slot. So...
I can't carry anymore.
I don't need this chain. I don't need this shield either. Okay. So, Yeah, let's get this situated. Let's see. Well, it was Archibald telling Garrick to do it, so presumably Garrick was here, not in his own forge, right? Because the thing said like it was a letter from Archibald to Garrick telling Garrick to investigate this thing.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, this is actually small enough to fit there, is it not? Then why did it pick that up and
My
put it
pack's full.
in that slot? What? Alright, not gonna worry about the whys of how that worked, but it's fine. Okay, now we still have a ways to go with this. Let's get Legendary Reverend Scepter, which is
No room.
There's no room.
again too big. Do I actually have enough to even upgrade that again? I don't know that I do. Because I just used a bunch of them. And it can be upgraded again. So now it is a Trollish War Mace. This is 2d68 plus 56. I guess they're not equivalent because this is lower level, right? So, can I go one higher? Let's find out. No. So this is the highest tier that this can get to. We're going to go ahead and equip this. Now we just need to get all of our craft gems. And we can do this we can do several levels on this. You are 136. Okay, so this is influencing the power of the dragon affix as well. So the dragon is scaling with this. So certain types of those affixes will scale with this, and some of them won't, I think. So this is up to 145. I think we can do 2 more. No, we can only do 1 more. It's giving me +9, I think. All right. So we have Luck and Might as the 2 affixes on this. This is 2d78 plus 65. So this is 2d79 plus 59. So I think the Trollish Maul actually higher base damage? I think it might be higher base damage. Interestingly enough. It's got to be, right? This War Mace has to be a weaker item overall, because if you look at the damage numbers on this, like, this is lower level and not legendary. So the other thing that we can do, though, we no longer need this. We no longer need this, but we do need to make a green potion. So, there's some Ferna Root
Ah, perfect mix.
and poppies.
Ah, great. Now we can use it.
And let's see. There we go. Yeah, so it's unfortunate
Ah, great. Now
that
we can use it.
this item is not going to be the hypothetical best in slot, but it is hardened, so it cannot be broken, and it grants immunity to all status effects, which means that this character will never have to worry about status effects again. We don't have to worry about instant unconsciousness. We don't have to worry about instant death. Nothing like that. This character permanently impervious to that, unless we unequip this item manually. Does an extra 1,000 damage. Pretty decent DPS on this. And we freed up 2 ring slots, to equip some good gear in. And I don't know that we have super good gear that I just can think of offhand to slap there. So I'm wondering if I want to just toss in something random. Actually, the planar ring is pretty decent as a thing to just slap on. Now that I think about it, especially because I'm now remembering that because we have Leather Grandmaster, no, it's an effect rings. Alright. Oh, this is good. This is plus 26 to all resists and some HP. Perfect. So we could also use this. And this is a tiny upgrade over this. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so that means that everybody actually has a legendary weapon equipped now. Every single party member is stacked up with a legendary. This is probably the weakest one that we have equipped right now, not going to lie. The legendary effect on it is definitely cool and is suitable for her, but it's a two-handed sword. It's a two-handed sword. But at the same time, what else is she going to use? I guess she could use a legendary one-handed sword. That might be useful. Oh, shit! Well. Okay. Oh, the other thing that I want to check, and I might as well check that before we start seeing the effects of that thing that we just equipped. Let's take a look here. It looks like we have... Yeah, hey, Mr. TJ. We're on for another 40-ish minutes. We're going late because we have the time to do it, and I want to finish this dungeon. We might, if we go fast enough through the dungeon, even finish the overworld section. Imagine that. Imagine being so fancy. I don't think I can kill those from here. And presumably there's a door. I'm just gonna... Oh, door won't budge. Oh, never mind then. Never mind then. I guess I could jump down if I wanted to die. That's a thing I could do. I would definitely just die. Can I open this if I would? No. Alright, so we've cleared some of this stuff. I think I'm going to walk in here. I think... Is this the... This is Magnus. Oh, nice! I can actually fight them from here. Perfect. Alright, so we're gonna clear these. I thought that this... For some reason, I thought this tunnel led to a tunnel full of air elementals. There is an air elemental in range. So there's that. Okay, that's done. That one might lead to where I'm thinking of. That is a lot of friends. It's an adamantite warlock. God damn it. How long has it been since I saved? It has been not that long. Not that long, but longer than I'd like. Did I clear this? I did not. Okay, so we have to clear this again. Okay, once we clear this, I need to remember to just walk over to the other place. Also, maybe cast Preservation. Alright. Hey, on the plus side, we get to hear this music again, right? Yeah, maze is still set up. We're all set. Oh. Where'd you come from? Oh, I thought it was dead. I thought it was dead and stunned. It was just paralyzed. It was still alive, but paralyzed. You know, these are slightly different things, but they look similar in practice. They look so similar. How could I tell? Alright, so we're going to clear these out. I could jump down there if I wanted. It's a bad idea to put them down there. Alright. There are, yeah, quite a lot in this pack. Just get all the para. I guess if it's only master, then just stun, but well, they have nerfed it. So there is that. The enemies get resistance to the effect as you get higher level, as they get higher level. So you have to keep stacking it to keep the chance of it happening similar. So I'm now at a point where most of the enemies that I'm fighting are fairly resistant to it, and it's pretty unlikely for me to get a stun or a para off at this point on the more dangerous enemies that I fight. So which works fine for me. Honestly, like, I like the mace stun and the mace para, but it is very, very good. It's a longbow, which we definitely don't need. Did I at some point say note to self, make sure to save? I think I did make a note like that. Well, moving right along. Are you able to come through here? Oh, I know where I am right now. I don't want to go there right now. Oh wait, is this a one-way teleporter? I didn't realize that these were one-way. Well, shit. Oh, fuck. I don't know why I did that. That was silly of me. Ooh, oh boy. And we have a warlock from over on the other side, too. Ooh, we have more than one. No, we don't. We only have one. We're fine. It's just a bunch of sorcerers. We're chill. Everything about this is fine. Okay, I stand corrected. There is, in fact, another warlock in this pack. That's not optimal timing. Whew. The Seraph Man says. We have preservation. We have haste for 14 hours, so. should be set on both counts. Okay. I'm concerned about the fact that they're stuck. Ooh, and they didn't unstuck when I do that. There we go. Okay, they unstuck. We're fine. Okay, fine might be a bit of an overstatement.
Got it. Ow.
Let's do a matron on us. $30 left. I don't think we have much chance of clearing all of this dungeon that's left. Though maybe we will. It depends. The some of the areas that I think of as being particularly long and taking a while might actually not take that long. Because of the fact that the enemies involved are much weaker relative to what I would expect. Are you welcome? Okay, that's probably in a different place. I think that was something taking a pot shot at me from over there. It's over here. There's a door here. Alright, this is the enemy group from there, which means it's a bunch of Magyars. I am not going to open a door that leads to a shit ton of Magyars until I save. What was the hardest part? Darkmoor? Considering that I had to just completely abandon all hope, you who enter here, and just abandon it fully, Darkmoor. Darkmoor is probably going to be the hardest thing. I would think that that's going to be the hardest part of the entire game. Darkmoor is already a difficult dungeon, and the fact that they've added the Cuisinarts in there means it is going to be incredibly... There's no, like, weak link now. Like, the closest thing to a weak link that the dungeon has is the Beholders. Whereas before, there were a bunch of rooms that were just kind of gimmies, because they were full of the ogres, who are, frankly, just not very strong, right? Like, the ogres are, like, early mid-game enemies in an extremely dangerous late-game dungeon, and replacing all the ogres with Cuisinarts is, from my perspective, going to make that dungeon the most difficult one. It's also not a dungeon that's really that easy to find, like, a cheesy way of dealing with it. I think there's not that much in the way of doorways to use. There are a lot of enemies that are susceptible to greater or lesser degrees of shenanigans, right? So, like, and particularly, like, in the original dungeon, the most powerful enemies in the dungeon are the Power Liches and the Beholders, right? And both of those are purely ranged enemies, so they're very susceptible to corner tactics in a way that you don't necessarily want for the most threatening enemy in the dungeon, right? So yeah, in terms of dungeons that I've entered as opposed to dungeons that I've actually fully cleared, I would say it's my expectation that the hardest thing is going to be the dungeon that I barely touched, which is Darkmoor, because it was just... very, very difficult. At least that's how it seemed. So that's my thinking, is that that's going to be probably the hardest. In terms of what was the hardest outside of the dungeon that I still haven't cleared, I think for the run,
Victory is ours. Can someone heal me?
I think that the Wasp Nest is the one that I struggled to clear the most, in the sense of I simply could not clear it in a timely manner. So the Wasp's Nest, I had to come back to that zone multiple times for. Right? The Wasp's Nest was a dungeon that, from the perspective of like how much it set me back, I actually do think that the Wasp's Nest was still the hardest dungeon in the sense of how much it interfered with the fundamental workings of the run. But that's the thing, is that the Wasp Nest was not mechanically that complicated. Because of the fact that I never found a solution for it, I would say that it wasn't that mechanically complicated for me to deal with. It was more of just a power check that I was failing. Now, if I play through again sometime, and the Wasp Nest, and I basically get a build that can defeat the Wasp Nest the first time that I enter the zone, if I can do that the next time that I go through, I'd be willing to say that it's the hardest, because it basically challenged my build in a way that I couldn't answer, but which there was an answer to, if that makes any sense, right? So, but for now, without the knowledge of whether that is possible or not, we can treat it as, for now, just a like, okay, this was, too powerful for me. And with that being the case, I think the one that was the most mechanically sophisticated to defeat I think it was in the same area. I think it was the Ogre Stronghold. The Ogre Stronghold was a very complex pull. And it wasn't even a one-time pull. I had to pull and then like do the whole setup, and then eventually I'd need to stack them back up again. I'd need to reset up within the same dungeon. So in terms of like how difficult the dungeon was on a moment-to-moment basis of how hard it was to complete, I think that takes it. I think that was the hardest dungeon. I think that was probably one of the hardest things that I've done in this series in quite a while. Like, developing the strategy for that dungeon was one where it's like, I felt like, okay, there should be a way I can do this. And there was. It was just really, really hard to set up and really, really hard to pull off. So, yeah, Alvar was top tier. The Alvar portion of this run was a top tier area. Like, even the dwarf area, right? The dwarf caves. Dwarf caves were also no slouch, right? Like, they were, I don't think that they compared to the other two dungeons in terms of how interesting they were. Like, I just don't think that they do. But they were still like a pretty significant high point in terms of difficulty. Druid Circle and Silvercoat Castle. I don't know. I would like to have a better answer for you than I don't know. The issue is that because it's been a couple of weeks, it's not that fresh in my mind. So I think the Druid Circle is the one where you drop down onto the enemies. That one was a pretty complex set. The Druid Circle was a very sizable gear check. That was a very sizable, like, just raw power check that I was failing miserably for a long time. But it was also a fairly sophisticated dungeon to deal with in terms of, like, setting up the poles, figuring out where to go, to, you know, that, it was not on the Wasps side of the equation in terms of just like, oh, well, this was, you know, high stats but simple. It wasn't really that simple to deal with. The boulders and stuff like that required a pretty sizable amount of setup. And so I think that one was another high point in the run. I don't think that it was nearly as mechanically complex as the Ogre Stronghold, though. Though it was to a degree, like, if you combined the two dungeons, like if you combined the Lost Nest and the Ogre Stronghold, you get the Druid Circle to a degree. Where it's like, this is way too powerful, and it's kind of complicated to figure out how to solve it at the same time. Okay, that's reflecting. No wonder. It's like, why am I taking so much damage from a bunch of air elementals? It's like, oh, well, one of them is hitting you in the face really hard. Wait, is it one of them or is it two of them? I think it's one. There's a thorn elemental too! Whew. Let's see. Yeah, it's very different if you're actually using the tools that are available to you, right? Like, there's a lot of ways that you can use those. One thing that was very fun was using stuff like Enslave and Berserk. I think I was using Berserk, right? Using Berserk to save the fish. Using Berserk to save the fish, I loved. That was a lot of fun. I love cheating in very, like, specific circumstances. I think that, you know, that was a very solid place to do it, and I really enjoyed it. So, weakness procs? Is it 3 o'clock? It's 3 o'clock somewhere in the world. Okay, so we're going to... We still only have a few minutes left on regen, so that's a thing to fix. Did I just cast it on the two people that I already cast it on? I believe I did. I didn't look. Let's see. Elemental enemies in 6 and 7. That's an interesting... I'm trying to think what the elementals in 6. Do the high tier rock elementals have rock blast in 6? I'm trying to recall, and I just don't. Ooh. That's solid. Just get a nice little boost there. What was I doing? Right. I was equipping a... Oh, right. I didn't even have a body skill boosting item on, did I? Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I completely forgot that it was very important for me to have a body skill item other than this. So, we're gonna cast regen. How much regen do we have now, friend? 75, 628. We have almost we have 103 HP regen. Whew. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, they proc unconsciousness? Well, if they proc unconsciousness, then that'll do it, yeah. Well, also the other thing is that anything that hits moderately hard, just generally, in 6, anything that hits hard is extremely lethal in 6 in a way that it isn't in other games in the series. Because in the other games in the series, if something just hits hard, you have preservation. If something hits hard enough in 6, there's nothing to stop it from killing you. And something that hits hard and triggers unconsciousness is an extraordinarily deadly combination, because the unconsciousness effect will bring you low, and then you could regen up to 1 HP and then instantly just get blasted. Or you could get an unconsciousness proc and then a rock blast and you're just dead. Right? Let's see. Let's see. Do you think so? 7? Really? To me, I feel like 6 seems like the one that's the least, like, new player friendly. Because of just how many incredibly dangerous encounters there are. Whereas 7, I feel like if you have, like, a fairly standard party build, 7 is pretty simple. Is Emerald Island that nasty? Like, compared to, like, the temple in 6? Like, I mean, the thing about 6 is that you have, like... Oh, shit. I need you to go away, please. Oh my god. Oh, you're sweat. Oh, I'm dead. There's no shot. There's no shot. I'm so glad that I went saved. That's so funny. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, get Chapin, exactly. It just happened again. These were sneaking up on me while I was looking at chat again. I will say, there is one thing that is much less unfriendly to new players in 6, which is, yes, the fact that secondary skills are limited in terms of who can learn them and stuff like that. That is something that, personally, I don't even really approve of from a design perspective in the first place, but also is, like, very unfriendly to a new player. You do have the ability to pick up a hireling to, like, counteract that. Like, but... Though, I don't know, actually. I'm actually not sure that I know that any of them have anything so unfriendly to a new player as the Temple of Ba is in 6. The Temple of Ba gives you no indication whatsoever of why the doors are just hurting you. And it's a required place to clear for the story. So if you don't have high enough perception when you walk into that dungeon, because you're just like, perception does not seem terribly useful, and you just don't invest in it, you can just get hard locked and not know why. Right? Obviously, now we have the internet, but, like, at the time, like, this 6 came out a long time ago. Like, most people who were playing Might and Magic 6 when it came out were not going to be able to just look it up. Right? That was not a thing that you were going to be able to do for most people who were playing it. Some people could probably, right? But, like, I don't think that most people could just look it up. Or would it occur to them to. So yeah, from my perspective, just that story quest being locked behind something that is not really clearly explained in any way. It's kind of hinted at somewhere. I think there's something that hints about perception somewhere. I don't remember the details, but I think something hints about it at some point. But it's very easy to go into that dungeon and have no idea how you're supposed to progress with the game. And yeah. 7 has more complicated enemies. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Harmondale's anywhere near as hard as the first area of Might and Magic 6. Like even if you compare like the hardest thing in the first area of both games, the hardest thing in the beginning of in the first area of Might and Magic 7 is a single dragon. The hardest thing in the first area of Might and Magic 6 is Carrick's Forge. Well, that's the thing. Even if you don't know Fire Aura, if you use the default party, you have a spellcaster who can kill them, right? And the other thing is that in 7, they don't have... I don't think they have any ranged attacks in 7. So you can just walk by them. Let's see. Hey, not for lack of trying, okay? Not for lack of trying. Oof. Is that something that only the highest tier have? Goblin Lords do have a ranged attack, yeah. Let's see. Is it only the highest tier of slime? I don't even know if the highest tier of slime can appear in the first cave. They might be able to appear. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, it's true that troglodytes poison or sicken you, but so does every single thing that you're going to fight in 6. And you're fighting every single thing that you're fighting in 6 in numbers that are 10 times as large. There are less troglodytes in the entire game of Might and Magic 7 than there are rats in pick one of the 2 dungeons that you have to clear at the beginning. Where the hell did I go? How did I get lost? Where did I go? I got lost. Let's see. Right, but that's the other thing though, right? Like, you can just walk around the slimes. There's so few of them, and you can just leave. I never like, you're not gonna die because the slimes are too hard, right? You're just gonna leave because they're slimes, so you just leave. The strategy is, oh, okay, these slimes are a pain in the ass. Would I leave? Yeah, if I was playing a game for the first time and I didn't have an answer to an enemy, yeah, of course I would. And I'm a crazy person. Why would you stay in a dungeon that has a bunch of enemies that you clearly can't kill but are clearly easy to dodge? Like, as a new player, if you're playing the game and you're only allowing yourself to leave a dungeon after you've killed every single enemy in the dungeon, then sure, you could get yourself stuck in a wall there, right? But like, that's a very specific usage case compared to like the typical gameplay scenario. Oh, Might and Magic 7 could easily be the hardest start in the mod. Just because of the fact that you're more limited, and the dragon's attacks can't be dodged. But Might and Magic 7's early game enemies that have crowd control are the same enemies from 6 that also have the same effect. Unconsciousness is a proc in 6 on the ghosts. Ghosts have it in 6. Like you don't in the first area of 6, you have mass disease and mass poison to deal with as effects. Right? Like that's what you deal with. In the first area of Might and Magic 7, you have mass disease. You don't get to ghosts almost directly. You get to ghost at the same time. If you go to Iron Fist, if you go to Iron Fist immediately, then you immediately have ghosts. And you're told to go to Iron Fist immediately. It's the same exact opening. I just went the wrong way again. I think I know where I went. I went to the east side of this instead of the west side. And sure, you don't have to directly run into the ghosts. Like, the Barrow Downs have the ghosts in the world map as opposed to in a dungeon within the second map that you're told to go to the second that you get into the game. That is true, but, like, it's still right there. Like, they're still right there. So if you go there, and then you try to do... Let's see. Let's see. Oh, is there... But the logical level path doesn't matter because you don't know what level the dungeon is until you go into it. If you're struggling in the Barrow Downs, you just leave, right? Like, the same rule applies to the Barrow Downs. You can just leave the Barrow Downs. Let's see. The Haunted Mansion is a very difficult dungeon, right? That promotion quest is very difficult. But in order to get that promotion quest, you had to have gone to Arathia already. Right? Like, the Haunted Mansion quest is not for a billion years in terms of, like, if you're talking about, like, the earliest thing to do. Like, that's clearly not an early game dungeon. And it doesn't feel like it's an early game dungeon when you walk in there. Though I will also say that because the Haunted Mansion is full of undead, and they all are visible to you the second that you open the door, if you cast Turn Undead on them right at the start, which is a spell that you practically start the game with, right? Turn Undead, I think, is the tier 4 spell for Spirit, right? Like, that's a spell that you're going to have seen. You're going to have seen that it's there because every early game spell list is going to show it up because it's just one of the earliest spells you can get. You're going to have Turn Undead. And Turn Undead completely trivializes every undead creature forever. Turn Undead is so good. So, like, even that dungeon is, like, way easier than you'd think just because undead are actually really weak. Because Turn Undead's great. Can it even be resisted? I don't think it can be. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I think that they got way nicer as they went along, in general. That's my general perspective, is that they were the meanest in 6. And in 7, they were still mean about certain things. And then 8 was incredibly kind and gentle. Let's see. Let's see. I actually can't talk about 8 in terms of difficulty because I don't remember. I don't remember enough about it. But yeah, in terms of openings, in terms of like start locations, like for the mod, like if you're doing like a merge situation, it's harder to say. I think that 8 has a fairly solid opening because you have unlimited gear that you can get. Like the EXP value of farming the pirates is really low, but the fact that you just have an unlimited amount of gear that just deposits itself in front of you, that is a swapper. Ooh boy. Not an optimal position to fight a swapper. I'm gonna get hit by the swapper. It's gonna pull me out. Oh boy. You know, I knew it was gonna happen eventually. Oh, she pulled me out. Perfect. That's suboptimal. That's less than perfect. And let's see. Let's see. Eight doesn't have anything that can use eradication? To be fair, does 6 have anything that uses eradicate? It does. Terminator droids. Let's see. Let's see. See, I don't know. I don't actually know that in 6, the fact that you get access to higher level magic earlier really makes that big of a difference in terms of the actual difficulty. Like, in 6, the best spells in the game are the spells that you have access to at the start, right? Like, Sparks is probably the best spell in Might and Magic 6. Like, it's very hard to compete with Sparks. Might and Magic 6, like, Sparks is so good. It does so much damage, it's basically free. Like...
Yes.
Oh, 10 Arms Master on a bow. That would have been really useful if I could equip it. Sadly, no such luck for us. So we have the ability to aggro these and just pull them toward us. I'd prefer not to pull all of them, though. Let's see. Oh, speaking of fire, we can cast Immolation. But I'm actually not even sure why they decided that spells needed to be locked behind Mastery, to be perfectly honest. In Might and Magic 7. Like, it makes the classes more unique, but it's also one of the contributing factors to why it is that every hybrid is garbage, right? Like, because of the fact that they just don't get access to anything, right? Like, hybrids can't do anything. They're very bad at the things that they can do, and they just can't do much. You know, the spells they can cast are weak, but they only get a tiny fraction of the spells to begin with. Why did I do that? That was silly, mate. Alright, well, throw it away. Oh boy. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, I do think that the attempts they made in 7 to make the classes more distinct from each other had the side effect of making the classes that were, which is funny because of the fact that they made like even more hybrids than they had before. But the fact that they did that made it so that the hybrids that they were making were worse relative to what they would have been in 6. Now, to be fair, hybrids were too good in 6, right? Like, it was too good that, like, the only advantage that a knight had was a tiny bit of extra HP over, like, an archer, for instance, right? Or a paladin. That was a problem, I think, but they really overcorrected in a very strong way. Like, they went way too far with it. And one of the things that I think would have helped a lot would have been if they had kept the mastery system the way that they did and didn't lock the spells behind mastery. So you would get better utility out of your spells if you had a dedicated spellcaster to use them, but you would still be able to cast Fly as long as you had somebody who could use elemental magic. I think that would have made a lot more sense, personally. It's a swapper, and I position myself badly with it. Fuck, I really am doing a bad job with this. Oh, shit, I'm dead. There's no way. Whew. Yeah, now to be fair, archers can't use plate. So they are, in theory, like, weaker in terms of their durability. But also, armor was of dubious importance for most of the gameplay. Armor was really useful at the very beginning, because there was a lot of physical damage, and there's a lot of enemies with hit checks, and those hit checks matter a lot because they're proccing bad shit on you. And you can realistically have enough armor to make them not hit you. Those are all things at the beginning. Whereas later in the game, you're dealing with enemies that generally don't have hit checks. If they do have hit checks, they are basically never going to fail the hit check, and armor is a stat that you functionally can't stack. So, like, you can't stack it in meaningful quantities in the original, so you're not meaningfully going to change how often you're getting hit. So even if there is a hit check, it really doesn't matter that much. Let's see. I think blasters are fine, honestly. I don't have any problem with blasters. Blasters, as a game mechanic, are meant to represent the sort of, like, the introduction of this, like, ultra powerful tech. But one of the things that's very interesting about the blasters is that their resistance to being broken is the minimum of any item. Like, they're basically a tier 0 item. However, they are extremely difficult to repair. They're very hard to repair. So they're simultaneously very likely to be broken, and they're very hard to repair. You need to invest a lot into repairing them. So, and I wouldn't want them in Maw, to be clear. In Maw, that they would be a problem, because Maw's meant to be a thinger. But as a thing to exist in the original game, I think that they make sense and serve a function narratively. And they're really only that crazy overpowered if you stack recovery boosts. If you stack recovery boosts, they get really completely out of control because because ranged has no minimum. So if you assume that that was unintentional, then the reason the blasters were as crazy as they were is because of an unintentional effect. It was just a bug. If you assume it was intentional, then I don't know. I think it's fine for the blasters to be extremely overpowered if you stack the stuff. Again, they're literally modern weapons in a game where people are using swords. They're not even modern. They're like technology from like probably like I don't know, shooting plasma at range as a means of attacking. That's gotta be at least a few hundred years in the future, right? Like that doesn't seem like a reasonable, if you're gonna try to make a real weapon out of it, right? So yeah, I don't have any problem with the modern tech being incredibly overpowered. That's fine to me. Let's see. I didn't know that you could still get stoned with that. It's funny. Is it time? No, it's not. So that was haste. We've been killing time in here. Oh, it's 2:08. Alright, we're not going to be able to finish this in time, by which I mean we haven't finished it in time. We still have a long time on several of our things. But yeah, I'm gonna clear out that swapper if I can. I'm gonna clear out the swapper. Were you thinking about dragons or were you thinking about air pirates? Air pirates. Everyone likes air pirates. Let's see. Oh, these are a bunch of the highest tier. Maybe I shouldn't just dive them, huh? It's actually only 2 of the highest tier, but 2 is a bunch.
Can someone heal me?
Jump.
Dragon pirates. That might be too classy. Too much class. Okay, I think there's an elemental stuck up here. Okay, so we've cleared this side. I am gonna go clear this other side first. No, it's not that they give up dual wielding. It's that they dual wield a crossbow and a sword. The pirates have to dual wield. They dual wield a crossbow and a sword. Let's go. Get that hand crossbow going. That's what we should do. That is my perspective. And then eventually they can equip the blaster. And justify the blaster's existence. Okay. So we need to pull these and not pull all of them and get ourselves killed. So stand down here. getting hit by somebody. And they're right next to us, which is great. I love that for me. Oh, baby! Alright, so we're taking this out. Once we've taken this out, in a completely legitimate and fair way that accepts the spirit of the challenge that has been presented to us, once we've done that,
Yes.
another Arms Master bow. Or is that the same one and I just didn't identify it yet? I should actually go save before I clear the rest of this. I don't remember if there's other stuff that's really dangerous in here. Well, the advantage of doing all the hybrids is just the fact that you... well, there's actually a couple of advantages to it. So the first advantage is, and this is an issue that I run into with, like, Grim Dawn, is that as soon as you pick the aesthetic of, like, you have a very strong class aesthetic, I can like or dislike that class aesthetic, right? So if you don't pick it and I pick it, and you're just looking at a combination of a few fairly generic traits, right? Like, you know, elemental magic, self magic, things like that. If you're looking at something just with those kinds of very basic things, I'm much less likely, the player's less likely to just bounce off of the class and go, I'm just fully not interested in this. So there's advantages and there's disadvantages. It partially depends on how many classes you have. The other thing is, it is a lot less work to make classes that have very strongly overlapping skills than it is to make a complete set of abilities for each class. So if you assume that you have the same amount of development time, the more detailed each class is, the less classes there are. There are fewer classes in a game that has more detail on each class and their individualized class identity. Because otherwise you could have just... It's just, like, that's the math, right? Like, if you spend the same amount of time, you're going to have there. And if you spent more time, then you could have had more cool shit for them to share and mix and match, right? So that's kind of the thing, right? You have more features. You basically have a set number of features you can play with, because the features are really the thing that take a bunch of time. Making the combination of features, which is like what a class is just a combination of features, takes almost no time. Like if you want to just say, okay, I want to make a class that has X, Y, and Z skills, you create a name for it, and then you press 1 about 15 times in various places on a spreadsheet, and you're done. That's the entire work. So because of that, there's a very strong value in working from a shared grouping because of the fact that you create a mechanic and you can use that mechanic 3 or 4 times, right? Let's see.
I don't know.
I think we should identify. Let's identify this before we end stream. But we're done with moving around because we are late. ×2. All right, so that's meh. It's not some legendary overpowered thing. So today we have found quite a few good things. For a second I thought this said Daddy Hat. Whew. Oh yeah, like it's weird to have, like, you can't mix the system of a race is the class, and a system where the race is the race. So 7 had race as a thing that's separate from class, and 8 had just classes. It didn't have races. It only had classes. But the classes were all tied to a portrait, right? So it just removed race. So in Merge, they're re-adding race as a mechanic. It just didn't exist in 8. But anyway, the fact that the class names happen to overlap with like the species of the creature is irrelevant. They only had classes. They didn't have races. So anyway, that is going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure streaming for you today. I feel like we're making some good progress. I feel like the character builds are starting to come together. And Severia is getting really, really scary. We got 4 out of 5 people immune to all status effects, which is really solid. We're in good shape. So, see y'all later.